En passant par Direct Assurance, j'avais peur de perdre cette qualité humaine de rencontre. Et la voix de Pascal remplaçait toutes les qualités humaines.
On est des êtres humains accessibles, même si on ne nous voit pas, la voix devient familière.
On sent que nous sommes une personne importante.
J'ai presque l'impression de faire partie de l'entourage du client.
Direct Assurance, c'est la voix de Pascal.
morning, everyone. Please get seated, get comfortable, and thank you for listening to me. So first of all, and foremost, a very warm welcome to all of you, the participants joining us here in Paris, and also to all of those joining us online. Welcome to the 6th Global Conference of the Alliance for Integrity. My name is Selina Kemp. I'm a focal point for Latin America at the Alliance for Integrity, and I work at the sector program Anti-Corruption and Integrity at GIZ. I have the honor of guiding us through this morning's program, and in the afternoon, my colleague Sebastian will take over and guide you through the afternoon's program. Today, we celebrate a very significant milestone, marking 10 years of our collective commitment to anti-corruption efforts and impactful partnerships. Or in other words, 10 years of businesses taking action through the Alliance for Integrity to foster integrity. Our goal today is to reflect on our achievements and to spotlight future trends, such as integrating anti-corruption into climate action, gender equality, human rights, and we will also explore methods for measuring impact, fostering a culture of integrity, and examining the connection between anti-corruption and democracy. As we turn our sights towards the future, we also want to look back and honor those who have shaped the past 10 years of the Alliance for Integrity. Thank you all for joining us today. We have a very impressive number of participants that I want to share with you. So we have almost 400 registered participants online and on-site here joining us in Paris from overall 59, and I repeat, 59 countries all over the world. I think this is a very impressive number and a heartwarming number, showing our shared commitment to fostering business integrity. Let us continue to advance integrity and transparency together to bring business integrity to a next level. For the opening of the conference, I now warmly invite Martin Wimmer, Director of Development Policy Issues at the German Federal Ministry for Economic Cooperation and Development, to deliver the welcome remarks of the conference. Mr. Wimmer, please join me on stage.
Autocratic, right-wing, neoliberal, libertarian forces are openly fighting democracies, multilateralism, and basic freedoms. The global backlash against rights and norms we consider to be agreed, including integrity, is in full swing. Nothing new? The erosion of democratic values and the rule of law are more obvious than ever at the moment. We are witnessing the dismantling of government institutions, due process, and civil rights live on CNN. One example, highly relevant to this forum, the decision by the United States to pause the enforcement of its Foreign Corrupt Practices Act, FCPA, constitutes one of the recent actions that weaken our shared goals. Our gathering is very timely. Already, some companies are sneaking away from their commitments, DEI, diversity, equity, inclusion, but also climate protection, and of course, anti-corruption. Brick and mortar? Not anymore. At the forefront are the tech sector, ITC, AI, digital and data-driven business models. The Silicon Valley is where we have to turn our attention to now. These recent developments show that corruption is not an isolated, receding problem and that it is rampant in the South and the North, the East and the West. There is a high risk that other actors will follow broadly televised bad examples of lying, bullying, blatant nepotism, and disinformation campaigns. This is a global challenge that threatens economies, undermines public trust, and weakens democracy. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed colleagues, distinguished guests, I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to the OECD for hosting us today. I'm honored to represent the German Federal Ministry of Economic Cooperation and Development, BMZ, which was the initiator of the Alliance for Integrity. To open this event and to celebrate with all of you our 10th anniversary of the Alliance for Integrity. As discussed many times during the Integrity Week here in Paris, we in the Alliance must and will uphold our principles and advocate for and implement agreed norms such as the OECD Anti-Bribery Convention, which was originally inspired by the FCPA. Isn't there a certain irony in that? This is all the more important since worldwide the scale of corruption remains alarming. Just to name one figure, more than 2/3 of the 180 countries assessed in Transparency International's Corruption Perception Index score below 50 out of 100. No single actor can tackle the crisis alone. We need strong multi-stakeholder partnerships, alliances that bring together the public sector, the private sector, and civil society. Because each of us brings unique perspectives, expertise, resources to the table to promote integrity. Public institutions at all levels provide policy frameworks, regulatory enforcement, and strategic direction. Businesses, from multinational corporations to small and medium-sized enterprises, drive responsible corporate behavior, compliance mechanisms, industry-wide standards. International organizations contribute global best practices, technical expertise, policy guidance. And civil society organizations play a crucial role in ensuring accountability, advocating for transparency, and amplifying the voices of those not heard, of those most affected by corruption. All the more considering the shrinking spaces for NGOs all around the globe. This is where the Alliance plays a pivotal role. Over the past 10 years, the Alliance has built a trusted and growing global network of 172 partners and supporters demonstrating the power of collective action. At BMZ, we firmly believe that transparency and integrity are key drivers of sustainable development. Germany works with over 30 partner countries to strengthen accountable, transparent institutions through public administration reform, support civil society and media freedom to enhance access to information and government accountability, and empower marginalized communities by ensuring inclusive political participation and combating especially gender-based corruption. This is why BMZ is not only a proud initiator and key supporter of Alliance for Integrity. With an anti-corruption portfolio valued at roughly 270 million euro in total, we believe in the Alliance's mission, see its impact, and in case our new government supports it, remain committed to supporting the Alliance's work. Yeah, money is being massively, really massively withdrawn from the SDG ODA system. The USA plans to almost completely close down US aid. Great Britain announced $6 billion cuts. Netherlands, more than 2 billion. France, almost 2 billion. Germany cut 2 billion in the last 2 years too. With all the catastrophic consequences in the global south, Latin America, Africa, Asia, but also here in our community, because this will likely affect LinkedIn, wherever. We will have to beat off the attack, fight harder, raise our voices. And we have all the right in the world to celebrate today, because we are the ones who are on the right track.
Thank you very much, Mr. Wimmer, for these clear words on the importance of today's gathering and also this call to action. I would now like to invite Marcel Engel to the stage. He's Executive Director of the UN Global Compact Network Germany, to also deliver some opening remarks. Please come up.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I'd like to start with something positive, and we'll have enough time today to discuss some of the challenges we are facing. But first of all, happy birthday to the Alliance of Integrity. I want to congratulate you most warmly on behalf of the UN Global Compact in Germany on your 10th anniversary. Anti-corruption, as some of you may know, has always been an important topic at the UN Global Compact. As a matter of fact, it was very rightly added as a 10th principle to the 9 existing principles in the Global Compact, which deal with issues such as human rights, labor rights, and environment. And we at the German Global Compact Network have been taking anti-corruption as one of our focus area also ever since our inception 20 years ago. For that reason, it was no coincidence that the Alliance of Integrity actually emerged at the German Global Compact Network. It was officially launched during meeting of the European local networks of the UN Global Compact in 2015 in Berlin, with the specific aim to expand our work on anti-corruption, on promoting integrity to other parts of the world, especially to emerging economies, through means like awareness creation, the promotion of best practice, capacity building, peer learning, and also collective action. Needless to say that this expansion, this global expansion, would not have been possible without the long-lasting, without the very generous support of the Ministry of Economic Development and Cooperation of the Federal Republic of Germany. So great thanks also to BMZ. I also would like to acknowledge very much the role that the third initiator played, the Federation of German Industries, BDI, in launching the Alliance for Integrity. And we are very, very proud to be one of the 3 initiators of this initiative that has flourished so well over the past decade. Thanks to the engagement, thanks to the commitment of so many companies, leading companies, national, international organizations, also NGOs, and individual actors that have been involved in this initiative. There are too many, actually, to mention individually, but I would nevertheless like to take the time to acknowledge the leadership of the International Secretariat of the Alliance of Integrity based at GIZ, right from the beginning with Nornak Spandi. I don't know, I thought he was going to be here in the room, perhaps he's still coming. He was the pioneer, a former colleague at the UN Global Compact in Germany, who actually took this idea to a global level and then so ably and energetically succeeded by the executive directors that followed NOR, which are Susanne Friedrich and, of course, our great friend Carolina Echeverria right now. I would like to acknowledge also very much the role that the local networks have played in the past 10 years, because they are the ones really that bring the international commitment to action on the ground. So my acknowledgement especially to the networks in Asia, in Africa, and all over Latin America. Looking back at the past, there's much to celebrate. As Mr. Wimmer already mentioned, the Alliance of Integrity has fostered cross-sector collaboration, knowledge sharing, and also practical solutions on the ground with so many tools, trainings, and e-learnings and campaigns that have been developed. Moreover, and I think that's a very important development, the Alliance has more recently also started to looking at the cross-thematic issues and trying to get anti-corruption and integrity out of a silo and look at the connections that exist with other important topics such as human rights and integrity, and of course also to work on a sectoral level. More recently, and also looking now into the future, the Alliance for Integrity is working also on its strengthening institutional and financial sustainability, as well as its value proposition, for instance, in the context of Vision 2030. Hence, there are very solid foundations for AFIN to move forward. And as Mr. Wimmer already mentioned, it will be needed because we are moving into a very challenging time. You already mentioned it, geopolitical polarization on the local level. We're seeing increasing nationalistic and populistic tendencies and governments taking the rule, which all of that, which undermines international cooperation, democratic institutions, and also the rule of law. And this trend, and you also mentioned it already, has been dramatically accelerated since the beginning of the year with the new administration in the United States, which is confronting us almost on a daily basis with an array of announcements and of measures, including, as you said, the moratorium of the Foreign Corruption Practices Act that tend to undermine the rule of law and try to replace an international rules-based order with one which is more transactionally oriented, in which the rule of the strongest is what matters. We strongly believe that this is not only detrimental from a moral and ethical point of view, but also detrimental for business. For that reason, it is not a very good idea for companies to sneak out, as you mentioned, Mr. Wimmer. As we recently highlighted in a paper that we produced on populism and business and populism, companies need reliable framework conditions, stable institutions, and also open and pluralistic societies to prosper, innovate, and grow. And needless to say, and you also highlighted already, that anti-corruption is a fundamental basis in combating and counteracting the populistic and nationalistic tendencies that we are seeing, unfortunately not in the United States, but in many other parts of the world, including here in Europe. I'm sure that AFIN will play an important role also in counteracting these tendencies, as it has already started doing so, for instance, in the context of launching the Business for Integrity campaign that we were so happy to join. I would like to conclude where I began, once again wishing AFIN a happy 10th anniversary, also wishing AFIN all the best for the next decade, where AFIN is developing from childhood into puberty and to becoming an adult. And more on the short term, I would like to wish all of us here in the room an insightful and a delightful conference today. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Engel, for highlighting the reason to celebrate that brings us all together today, and wishing Alliance for Integrity a happy birthday and a prosperous adolescence and growing up. Now, to conclude the opening, I warmly invite Raquel Zambrano to the stage. Raquel Zambrano is an ethics, risk, and compliance head for Canada and Latin America at Novartis and chair of the Alliance for Integrity. Raquel.
Buenos dias, bonjour, good morning. Thank you so much for having me here. As my predecessors already mentioned, I would like, as chair of Alliance for Integrity, so first of all, start to saying thank you so much to the OECD for hosting us today. Also would like to acknowledge our conference partners, Basel Institute of Compliance, UNOCD, UN Global Compact France, and Badrina Compliance Center. The times that we are experiencing, the moments that we are living, I think, as was very well said for my predecessors, is not something that I'm going to address. But it's obviously public knowledge that are not easy moments. There's a lot of struggle and stress worldwide. There's geopolitical challenge in very difficult times for live and experience humanity. But what brought us here today is integrity. Is the reason that we strongly believe that ethics with compliance is a must. The only way that companies can prevail in the long term is doing things right, doing proper business by the rule of law, creating environments where they can attract talent, provide innovation, and boost and return to society what society has allowed companies to do when they are operating in their markets. So how we can support companies on these endeavors? Only with collective action. I firmly believe that the goods are more. And in the times that we are experiencing, being more and more that believe on good business practices and ethics is what we believe should be the reason and the response to the times that we are experiencing. Happy birthday, Alliance for Integrity. A decade is a lot of time. Many things to be proud of. I just would like to highlight kind of the top things that Alliance and the work of the ones that do Alliance have brought in these 10 years. So first of all, a network that is expanding in 14 countries, very worldwide innovative solutions implemented, the business-to-business training program, the Integrity app, but mainly and more importantly, building trust in the collaboration between public sector, private companies, and societies in general. This has enabled collaboration solutions in favor of integrity and to combat corruption. These achievements has absolutely the efforts of many people that we would like to acknowledge and say big, big thank you. Of course, the partners of Alliance for Integrity, the trainers that very generous has embraced training as one of the key solutions. And of course, every organization that is committed with integrity and actively has been part of our networking. As much as we need to celebrate the achievements, we need to take time and reflect on the future. And build on those achievements the agenda that we would like to have to impact future and maximize what Alliance for Integrity has been doing. Let's together use this time to identify future challenges. Let's leverage the collective commitment to do business with integrity and take ethical agenda to the next level. This conference has been an incredible time to take profound reflection on the achievements. But as well, we need to think, and we have been doing so, how business with integrity would like years ahead in the times that we are living and experience. Let's take time to discuss today the key issues and how we are going to face them. Key challenge, but key support. We were saying that 10 years make Alliance for Integrity to be a teenager. Teenagers sometimes struggle with conflict, but teenagers also have passion, energy, and teenagers are the ones that probably are bringing hope that they can change the future. So let's be a powerful teenager. Let's do great because we own it to the society, and this is the legacy that Alliance for Integrity would like to give to the organizations that has trust us. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Zambrano, also for sharing your conviction that the good are more, which hopefully guides us through today's discussions and the overall conference. Before we begin with the first panel and the real start of the conference, I would like to share some logistical information with you. During the event, some speakers will be presenting in Spanish or Portuguese. So if you need a translation to either of these languages, please pick up a translation equipment. You can find it over there in the entrance, in the black box and on the left. Then you can switch on the channel. You can find out which one is the right one quite easily. I think there are only 3 in total. On another note, today's conference, as we've heard during the opening remarks several times, is a celebration of 10 years of Alliance for Integrity, 10 years of the commitment of many people. So this is why we want to hear your views on the last 10 years, but also the next 10 years of the Alliance for Integrity and for our partnership. You can scan a QR code, which, sorry, now you can see it. You can scan it or enter the website menti.com, entering a code that is displayed or that we can share with you to be part of the future of business integrity. We will also show this QR code several times again throughout today's conference, so don't worry if you didn't catch it right now. We also warmly invite every one of you, I've seen pictures being taken, to also share your impressions and photos of today on social media using the hashtag AFIN-GC2025, so Alliance for Integrity Global Conference 2025. You can see all the information here, and we will show that again as well. Additionally, during our various panels throughout the day, you have the chance to directly and anonymously ask questions to the panelists. You can post your questions on the website Pigeon. I think it's not yet here, but it will appear now. You can see it now. You can scan this QR code. It's valid throughout the whole day. You can post your questions. They will be shared with the speakers as well. So please feel free and go ahead to share your questions during the panels. And now I have the great pleasure to also announce something new, a new partnership of Alliance for Integrity with the Voices Against Corruption podcast. This podcast aims to enhance the discourse around anti-corruption issues, and it will feature business and industry leaders, compliance experts, academics, government officials, journalists, spiritual leaders, and young professionals as well. The Voices Against Corruption podcast is being produced and hosted by Dr. Valerie Weinziel, who is also present with us here today in Paris. And she will be circulating with a microphone and a taping device. There you can see her. Welcome. But don't worry, there will not be any formal interviews or full recordings being made. So please feel comfortable sharing your ideas and thoughts with her of what you would like to hear about in this podcast. And as the Alliance for Integrity, we are truly excited about this podcast series and the valuable conversations it will spark. We will look forward to your participation and insights when Valerie goes around the venue. And now that we're all set with housekeeping and some logistical informations, I would like to warmly invite Carolina Echevarria. I think most of you will know her, head of the Secretariat of Alliance for Integrity, to the stage to present today's agenda and give us some insights on what we will be discussing today. Got it.
Yeah, good morning. Thank you very much. I just ran there to get this small bell, so deal with me. Because I would like to start with a short exercise. Before we start, I'd like to take 30 seconds just to get to know the person who is sitting next to you. So it's 30 seconds, just introduce yourself to the person, say 1-2 words, and then we are back here. It goes quickly. Back here, thank you for that. And I know it's not what we usually do in this kind of conference, but this is what exactly this conference is looking for. What happened here in the stage should be only a spark to give you inspiration to what happened afterwards, to motivate you to create alliances. Just to give you an example, we have here the Minister of the Contraloria Geral da Unión from Brazil, and after a presentation the CGU made in one of our events, the government of Paraguay was there and was interested in the integrity seal that they have, and now there is a formal collaboration between the officials, public officials from Brazil, bringing this experience to Paraguay. And now Paraguay presented in our last regional conference, and now Ecuador is interested in that. So that's exactly what we are looking for. And this is what we are going to discuss. Also, the goal of this conference is to celebrate our birthday. You hear it already. And we are going to look a little bit at the past. Maybe if you know tango and you know I am from Argentina, you are thinking a little bit melancholic, but it's not the idea. The idea is that we really are looking at our successes, but also our learnings, that we are having a discussion on what we've been discussing from the last 10 years to have a solid base to look forward. So during this meeting, we are going to discuss about the role of business integrity for collective action. We are going to have a very special panel on how business integrity can play a role in democracy and peace. Also, we are going to have keynote speeches about ESG, about measurement of integrity. And in the afternoon, you will be able to choose between 3 sessions. So you can take the morning to decide. We have one session on bringing together and mainstreaming the agenda of gender in anti-corruption. We have another session where we are thinking of the connection between business integrity and human rights due diligence. And we have also one session on the role of integrity in critical minerals. So for us, what makes this conference unique is actually the speakers. We have a variety of speakers from different regions, and you will see we are bringing together voices from a minister together with a small and medium enterprise, or together with companies that for the first time are traveling to Europe to share their views and their experience really from the ground. So I hope you enjoy the day and as much as excited as I am. And with that being said, let's go to the next panel. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Carolina. And for myself, I can say I'm also very excited for today's agenda, and I hope you are too with that little teaser we just heard. So without further ado, please, let's start with the first panel. It's a pleasure to announce it. It's a panel on multi-stakeholder partnership as a unique selling point, celebrating 10 years of Alliance for Integrity. To begin the panel discussion, I invite first our moderator, Viola Belcher, head of the sector program Anti-Corruption and Integrity at GIZ, to the stage. Welcome, Viola. And please also allow me to add that we will have one speaker speaking in Portuguese. So as I mentioned, if you need a translation for this language, then please switch on your interpretation device or grab one at the entrance if you haven't done so, so that you can attentively follow the entire panel. Our first speaker that I want to invite is the minister that was just mentioned by Carolina, Vinícius Marques de Carvalho, Minister of the Office of the Comptroller General of Brazil. Welcome to the stage. And secondly, who will also be joining us on stage is Elizabeth Anderson. She's the Executive Director of the Basel Institute on Governance. Welcome. Thirdly, I invite Norbert Kalive to the stage. He's Global Compliance Lead on Anti-Money Laundering at Merck. And last but not least, I invite Maria Soledad Uri, Director of Compliance and Internal Audit at Laboratorios Vago.
Yeah, thank you very much. Bonjour, buenos dias, señores y señoras. Bom dia. Good morning and a very warm welcome. I have the pleasure of chairing the first meeting of our 10-year anniversary, the 10th anniversary of the Alliance for Integrity. I think we will hear about it today many times, and it's really a good reason for being here. The Alliance for Integrity has fostered a unique and effective multi-stakeholder approach to promoting business integrity and sustainable business practices. By bringing together representatives from large corporations, small and medium-sized enterprises, civil society organizations, and the public sector. The initiative has set new standards in the fight against corruption and the promotion of ethical business conduct. Now, today, we will talk about the added value of cross-sector collaboration. We will highlight best practices and share success stories. And as a wake-up call, not only for today or for this morning, but for the rest of the year, we will identify some of the ongoing challenges in promoting corporate responsibility and supportive governance. Yeah, and it's my pleasure to start with the government. So, dear Minister, thank you very much for being here with us. So my first question is for you. How has Brazil's approach to corporate integrity evolved over past decade? And what role has multi-stakeholder collaboration played?
For the anniversary of the alliance. And so let me start now in Portuguese, so the translator can be ready. Ok. Bom, essa história.
So this journey began in Brazil in 2010. And we had two major movements at that time, movements led by President Lula, who was on his second mandate as President of the Republic. First, following a long debate within the government and also in dialogue with international organizations such as the OECD, Lula submitted to Congress a bill that would later become the Brazilian anti-corruption law, a law that was passed in 2013. And this bill included two new features. First, the corporate liability for acts of corruption, as well as legal entities in general for acts of corruption. And we understand corruption in a broad manner, because the wrongdoings set forth in the legislation does not limit to the exchange, to bribery in exchange for a public benefit. It also included a list of illicit acts in connection with fraud in biddings, cartels, so a range of illicit acts that do not necessarily require the presence of a public authority. So this bill became the anti-corruption law. On the top of that, in the context of this bill, we established obligations related to corporate integrity. And these were discussed with companies and negotiated with companies that entered into agreements with the CGU, the Office of the Comptroller General. So we had agreements of leniency in addition to integrity programs. So these are the second movement that took place once this bill was submitted to Congress. However, at the time, the Office of the Comptroller General did not wait for the bill to be passed to begin a process of fostering integrity programs for corporations. In 2010, we created the program, maybe you've heard of it. It was mentioned also because we were in dialogue with Paraguay. Paraguay implemented a similar program. It is the Pro Ethics program. This is an initiative for companies, so they submit internal compliance programs, and these programs evolve over time and include topics that are in connection with corruption but not limited to corruption, because today we know that both public and private companies, they do not need, they cannot limit to not being corrupt. It also needs to have purposes to be legitimate, to be, of course, efficient and effective when it comes to undertaking their commitments, and they also must be resilient. So we evolved in the methodology of the Proethics program, and we included other aspects. We will now have the Proethics, including sustainability and governance-related topics and the program. So we have this evolution in our program. This program, Proethics program, has carried out more than 1,100 program assessments and awarded more than 240 recognitions. We provide a seal. In the most recent edition, we had 299 companies that applied, and 84 companies were recognized with a Pro-Ethical Company seal label. So for us, this initiative included integrity-related requirements. However, we know that we live in a complex world. The business environment is very diverse, and the companies find themselves in very different levels when it comes to corporate integrity. And many of these companies, sometimes small-sized companies, medium-sized, even large companies, although they have ambitious goals, oftentimes they are not able to have a label that complies with the level of requirements that we have at the Proethics program. And we wanted to create something that would actually keep the motivation of this company so that they could join in the integrity journey, even though with the smaller steps, even though with shy steps, but that these companies would be able to join the movement and understand that it's worth it, and that the horizon of integrity, it's a horizon that is worth pursuing. For this reason, we created a different program last year, in the beginning of last year, which is the Pact for Corporate Integrity, the Brazilian Pact for Corporate Integrity. So the companies, they are not going to be submitting their programs in order to be recognized and have a label. However, they have access to the tool used by the CGU to assess the companies in the context of the Proethics program, so they can carry out a self-assessment, actually. And by doing the self-assessment, these companies are able to identify the gaps. They are able to identify where there is room for improvement. And then these companies share their self-assessment with the Office of the Comptroller General, and they might also ask questions throughout the process. So this pact is a voluntary pact. It is not mandatory, and the companies are not required to reach the Proethics level at the beginning, but it's very important because it has a tool that allows company to self-assess and understand in which level they are when it comes, for example, to a public procurement. The new bidding law in Brazil requires companies that bid for a certain value to have integrity programs that have been previously approved by the federal government. So joining the Brazilian Pact for Corporate Integrity is an important criteria so that we can understand if these companies are on the journey, on the integrity journey. So this is yet another step. And this pact has been joined by 300 companies in only 1 year, and more than 50 institutional formal supporters, including regulatory agencies, trade unions, and company organizations. So it's very important for us as well, so that we better understand the environment. So I think that's what I had to say. Thank you for the question.
Thank you very much for sharing your very inspiring experiences. I think this can be very useful for many countries. And now we are asking the civil society. Elizabeth, thank you very much for being here with us. So my first question for you is, how do you see the role of independent governance institutions in promoting effective multi-stakeholder partnerships? Thank you.
Thank you very much. And let me join others here today in wishing the Alliance a happy birthday and appreciation for the involvement of the Basel Institute in this important convening. And for our collaboration over the years. It's my pleasure to share with you some of the Basel Institute's experience in playing this role of facilitator of collective action, and also what we've learned from watching others do this over a couple of decades. It won't surprise you perhaps to hear me say that we consider this a very important role, a key role for there to be independent facilitators of these processes. And let me just share a few reasons why and how independent organizations can effectively contribute to collective action. First of all, independent facilitating organizations can play a critical role in identifying the right stakeholders and convening them around the table. And that can be critical to building trust across sectors. Second, independent facilitating organizations can help in managing day-to-day operations and activities of collective action initiatives and keep progress underway, as well as facilitate information sharing and, as necessary, cleanse that information in ways that address antitrust or competition concerns. So that's a critical function to be played. Third, facilitating organizations can be a really important resource for identifying best practices, models, options for participation, for participants in collective action, to learn from models in different contexts. And they can present a menu of options, if you will, for overcoming obstacles or barriers that may present themselves. And finally, independent facilitating organizations can play a critical role in ensuring accountability and guaranteeing commitments in collective action by measuring progress in an ongoing way and evaluating the collective action against its objectives. So those are some of the functions that I think organizations such as ours can play. And let me identify a couple of key traits for this function in collective action. First of all is the importance of independence, to be an honest broker and convening and building trust among stakeholders. It's quite important. And second, that there be expertise in the organization about anti-corruption norms, best practices, models from different contexts, as well as context-specific expertise that is relevant to the success of a particular collective action initiative. Now, I think there is a shortage of such organizations able to play this function in facilitating collective action around the world. And that's been a motivator for the Basel Institute in developing a mentoring program that supports organizations in building capacity to play this function and facilitate collective action. And I want to also recognize the Alliance for Integrity's training approach to this and building capacity among organizations to play this critical role in the process. I'll leave it there and we can discuss more later.
Yeah, thank you very much for your very useful analysis. Buenos dias. Switching to the medium-sized company. Good morning, Maria Soledad. My first question for you is, from the perspective of a medium-sized company, what are the main benefits of engaging in multi-stakeholder integrity initiatives?
Buen día, Good morning. Thank you, everyone, and thank you, Alliance for Integrity. Merci to the OECD, to the invitation to this conference, and happy birthday to Alliance for Integrity. I'm very proud to be part of the initiative of Science 2015. 15, yeah, really. And well, welcome to the answer to the question. I will resume this. For me, I was looking in internet when I find Alliance for Integrity. I am really trust that we need to work together in this type of initiative. And I found it in internet. Caro called me and say, well, we will start to be a trainer of the initiative. And for me, it's a really honor to be part some of the time. And according to the question, I have 4 points that I want to resume. That is, for a medium-sized company, I am working in a pharmaceutical company, but during the last 10 years, I've been working in different companies, agrochemical companies and state-owned companies. And during this way, I work in different ways with Alliance for Integrity. It was very, very important for me and my career and these companies to work with Alliance. First of all, the access to the best practices and benchmark is important when you are working with the type of collective action, because you participating in this initiative allow to middle-sized company to learn about the innovative or approach to integrity and compliance based on the experience of large companies or international companies. In the second place is the market reputation and trust. When you are being part of an integrative ecosystem, engage credibility with customers, business partners, and regulators. In highly regulated industries such as pharmaceutical, this key is to business sustainability. In the third part of this opinion is improvement of internal processes. Interaction with other sector helps to strengthen the compliance programs, ensuring that internal practices are aligned with the highest international standards. And in the last place, I have the access to the network and business opportunity. For the middle-sized company, the collaboration with multiple stakeholders is important to contribute and to strengthen the compliance program and the strategic alliance to the other company and improve the ability to respond to the regulatory and market challenge. And that's all. I resume my 4 points, but it's important for us to work with the Lion. I'm very happy to work during these 10 years again.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your motivating answer. And it's really good to hear that the Alliance of Integrity responds to your needs as an SME. So staying with the business sector, maybe now with the bigger business, Norbert, thank you very much for being here with us. My first question for you is, what role does corporate leadership play in ensuring that integrity and compliance are embedded across a big business organization?
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure for me to be here. Indeed, the role of leadership cannot be underestimated, and it can be summarized, I believe, in 3 simple words. It's walk the talk. Yeah, it's as simple as that. There's this 2 element. There's the talk, of course, right? Leaders need to say what they want, and leaders need to express their priorities. And if leaders say, turnover at all costs is my priority, then that's what will be done. And if it's safety, in some cases, yeah, then safety will be prioritized. And if it's integrity, then integrity will be the priority of the employees of the company. And so there is this important element of really expressing what you want from the organization. Yeah, it's basically the same as with the government. If the government says something and puts it into law, yeah, and the leaders of a big corporation do the same. Yeah, and that's then expressed in internal rules, but also in their daily talks. And then there's the walk aspect, right? Do what you say. do what you say. So, and that has two elements again. One element is putting in place systems that allow integrity to flourish. Yeah, so putting in place whistleblower systems. Yeah, putting in place rewarding integrity by putting it into the KPIs. At Merck, leaders starting from the top have KPIs that include integrity topics. Yeah, it's a new development, but since several years now, and going down the chain from the very top, we have integrity topics in our KPIs, and it helps. Yeah, we have a whistleblower system in place that helps too. Yeah, people can anonymously point out integrity deficits at all levels, in all places, not just anti-bribery, throughout the organization. It's widely used and it's followed up. Yeah, and then there's the other element, and that's really the personal behavior. And that cannot be underestimated as well. If leaders believe they are above the system, yeah, if they get special treatment, it's a bad sign. But if they are subject to the same rules and they subject themselves to the same rules and they follow the same rules and they ask the same compliance officer as anybody else did, can I take this gift? You know, how can I take this gift? Sometimes you need to take gifts as a leader. Yeah, you go to Samsung and they give you an award and they put an iPhone next to it, not an iPhone, a Samsung phone next to it. Yeah. Just as an example, how can you reject that? Yeah. So, but then you can find ways, you know, put it in a museum. Yeah, Merck has a museum. Put it in a museum. It's not for personal use. Yeah, same as politicians do. So that's the walk aspect. And if you combine these two, then I believe leaders can really influence behavior at all levels a lot. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for your very important contribution. It seems like that you have a very complete system on board and many companies could learn from you. Before I start with the second round of questions, I see in my system only 9 people connected to the digital system. I don't know, maybe it was too fast when we shared the code and then the passcode. Just to repeat it, if you want to enter it, the passcode is ASJSJU. Because if not, I won't have any questions from the audience later. Okay, perfect. Thank you. Yeah, okay, perfect. So we start the second round with the civil society. Elizabeth, what are some of the most effective strategies you have observed to combat corruption at the intersection of public, private, and civil society sectors?
Thank you for that question. And I think I would point to maybe 2 hallmarks or strategies that are particularly important in our observation for effective collective action work in this multi-sectoral way. The first is that there is a solid foundation of trust among the different sectors. And that can be absolutely critically important, particularly between the public sector and the private sector. And that is something that takes time to build and attention to sustain and foster over time. We've seen lots of different approaches, and I was really delighted with the minister's remarks today. It was just a perfect example of the critical ways in which the public sector can reach out and engage the private sector and build that critical trust. It can start with events and attention for integrity initiatives, and from there can build toward exchange of best practices and resources to actual consultation and policy making and legislative change, and then build from there to creating incentives for the private sector and accountability mechanisms through integration of collective action in procurement and other kinds of motivators for the private sector to stay on this course. So I really want to reference your earlier intervention as illustrative of a critical element that we see in fostering trust between the public sector and the private sector in ways that motivate and sustain progress, real anti-corruption progress. The second strategy or hallmark of success that I would flag is attention to the careful balance that needs to be struck between the incentives for the private sector to engage in collective action and mechanisms of accountability, guarantees of commitment. And this is a delicate balance that will evolve over time and through different activities, and just needs kind of constant attention to ensure that these exercises do not become formulaic, superficial, a box-checking kind of exercise, or even worse, a whitewashing, or plagued by a free rider problem where private sector actors sign up to something but don't actually ensure implementation. And so attention to that balance, where there are incentives to participate, but there is also accountability that commitments are upheld, is a critical strategy.
Yeah, thank you very much, Elizabeth, for this input. You mentioned something very important, fostering trust. I think this is one of the main objectives of the Alliance for Integrity. Thank you very much for highlighting this. Dear Minister, I have a second question for you. Given Brazil's experience in promoting business integrity, what lessons can other governments learn from Brazil's experience in engaging business and civil society to improve compliance and anti-corruption efforts? Thank you.
Obrigado. Eu acho que a primeira e talvez
I believe that the most important lesson, the first and most important lesson, and when it comes to building trust, is the fact that it's important that repressive initiatives, deterrence initiatives, and enforcement with compliance plans, requirements to report to the state about the implementation of the integrity program. It's important that it takes place in parallel to the promotion and to incentive initiatives, to the very structuring of these programs. Building trust goes through both ways. It begins with the trust and knowing that the state will act in a repressive manner if it encounters a problem, because we are not only talking about the trust of the company, but also the confidence in the business environment, trust in this society when it comes to the operation of the state, which is very important, which is key. So based on this premise, the state is capable of building trust with companies through incentive programs, through programs that foster confidence, in which the state extends a hand, so as to say, and helps guide company towards the right direction, awarding and recognizing the ones that accept to do things the right way. I think this is the major lesson. Also, I believe another lesson is that we need to set an environment where the civil society also participates. So, in states that had a fast development program, as it happened in the second half of the 20th century, and Brazil is an example, but it's not the only one. Other countries went through the same type of situation. We had to foster an alliance between the state and the private sector in order to develop certain sectors, to have an industrial policy, to organize economic activities. It had to be done at a quick pace. And it's only normal that throughout time, we had some gaps when it comes to the relationship between the state and the market, and these gaps can be the root of some problems that took place later on. So it's very important for us to signify this relationship of trust to another type of relationship in which the society has a role to play, a more intense role to play when it comes to the relationship between the state and the market, companies and the government. It is an illusion to believe that these relations will not take place. This would be a fantasy to believe that the state and the market are apart. They are not going to interact, are not going to work in partnerships, are not going to do business together through contracts or active participation. So this is a given fact. And then we have to understand how the civil society can contribute to building these processes, can contribute to redefine this relationship of trust. I think these are the major lessons.
Yeah, thank you very much for this very important input. So what I learned is that you had a very huge strategy and beyond regulations regarding compliance. So you had incentives for the business, and then you open up space for the participation for the civil society. So I think this is really very useful, and I hope our future German government, someone could talk to you. This would be great. And now, Norbert, I have a second question for you. How can multinational companies like Merck contribute to the global integrity agenda while addressing specific challenges in different markets? Can you give us some innovative examples, please?
Thank you for the question. I would like to say something about what we just heard. I believe that is very true, that the government, the state, and companies are not independent from each other, right? We, or big multinational companies, rely on a solid framework, on a good framework. And within the lawmaking process, at least in Germany, companies are asked to provide input and do provide input to prevent, let's say, artificial laws or artificial rules. Yeah, and that's one element. And then to come back to the trust point, it's very important that then within the implementation of law, at least within the first years, that there is a solid dialogue between the players, between those, the government that imposes the rules, as well as those who have to live with the rules. Especially now that reporting requirements are on the EU level more and more coming into fashion, and you sometimes see reporting elements, not the reporting as such, but elements within the reporting that are unnecessarily onerous, I would say, unnecessarily burdensome for the participants. And then it's good to know that the authorities, or if there are authorities that are willing to take a step back, willing to look at the rules, like it's happening now in Europe at some cases, yeah, and see what can we do better here. Right. So, and I really like this notion. I really like the point that you made there. So, coming to the question, sorry. So, what can big multinationals like Merck do? Yeah. So, on the one hand, Merck is a German-grown multinational company. So, when it comes to global challenges, there is often a reflex to start with German law, with European law. Yeah, and which is not bad, because in terms of integrity, I believe Europe is evolved. Yeah, but then the same global rules that we draft from a German point of view, from a European point of view, or even from a US FCPA point of view, then they hit local markets, and local markets are different. You know, let's face it, there is challenges that we have not thought about. There is customs that we have not thought about. And just recently I had one case. Yeah, there is a custom in Korea to pay condolence money. Yeah, if you're the only company that's not able to pay condolence money to your employees or to your business partner, because it's regarded as a unnecessary payment that could be regarded as a crime, you put yourself, again, unnecessarily as a disadvantage. Because if someone is regulated in the local law, and it is in Korea, and everyone is doing it, and you then start to compare it with European standards, it's got to be tricky. Yeah. And if in doubt, you say, we forbid everything that's not in compliance with our beliefs and our customs, you also offend certain people. And innovative examples for this, digitalization is always a cool thing, I must say. You can use apps, you can make response channels faster. We have the whistleblower hotline, but you can also include feedback hotlines within your organization. And we have recently started to build an Ali front desk, how we call it. And there we have a tool where people can ask for exceptions. Yeah, and that's a very easy channel that we have established. So people don't need to ask around who is responsible, who then need to ask for getting an exception, because people want to comply with global rules. Yeah, so they just entered into the system. There's a pool of people looking at it, and then someone decides who's responsible at the global level to answer that. And then we look at it, and then we see, is this really a deviation from a global role? Or like the cited Korean example, is this something that makes sense and that we don't want to prohibit on a local level? Yeah. So that's, I believe, feedback channels talking to each other, and technology makes it so much easier to do so. That's, I would say, is the most innovative things that come to my mind. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you for sharing your very important examples with us. And now coming back to Maria Soledad. Can you give us specific examples of how the compliance and audit functions have been strengthened by working with external partners?
Thank you for questions. Yeah, for some examples, for example, we can mention that the implementation of internal standards in our company has strengthened our compliance system by adopting best practices. For example, learning the forums of Alliance for Integrity and the partners and the colleagues in Alliance for Integrity, facilitating the audit or international audit of business partners audit or certifications. Then the knowledge exchange with regulatory bodies is important, because the participation in sector initiatives allows to the companies to anticipate regulatory change and to proactively adapt the internal controls for the company, inside the company. The training with multi-stakeholders approach is another example, because thanks to the collaboration with the international organization and companies from different sectors or industries, that they have different internal ethics and compliance training, have been enriched with external perspective. And another example maybe is the use of digital compliance tools that you mentioned it. The AI is a new one we have in the company. I will do it saying in Spanish, Clara or Clarita, is Clara te aclara. It's like a chat that someone here is very funny, but we implemented this tool just to say, the people say, can I receive a present? Can I send a gift to a business partner? And we use the digital tools and AI to learn, and bots to learn more about how we do it, the business, according to Raquel mentioned in the beginning, that we need to do it a correct business and correct activities in the company. But we use a lot of digital and AI tools.
Yeah, thank you very much for this very practical examples. Now I'm using this digital tool too. I got some questions, and I will take one of the questions, because the question is to all of you, and maybe you can just use it as for your key takeaways and your concluding remarks, because we are coming to the end of our session. So the question is to all of you, Significant progress has been made, but from the sector you represent, what is still missing? What are the key challenges that can turn into groundbreaking opportunities and your role there? A short question, short answer, please. And maybe we can start here if you would like. Thank you.
Eu acho que quando nós estamos falando sobre corrupção e integridade, tudo acaba dizendo respeito a dois tipos de conceitos, né? Um conceito de abuso de poder e um conceito de controle social, né? E a atuação do Estado...
When it comes to the operation of the state and the companies, we have to deal with both variables, the abuse of power and because it's not only the abuse of power by the state, it also is done by companies. Personally, I worked with competition law. I was the president of the Economic Defense Board in Brazil, and I know that the abuse of economic power might be determinant to stimulate corruption. So a company without an economic solid position will struggle to have meaningful advantages through corrupt practices, while a company that is capable of abusing of this power has the necessary income to capture the state. And this is very important. So these strategies walk alongside. So for me, this is a very important challenge, at least when it comes to Brazil, namely to find ways that will allow us to align the private integrity and the search from compliance through the competition perspective, but also from the integrity perspective, from a much broader perspective. I believe that this agenda needs to evolve a lot in Brazil. And when it comes to the social control, I believe that for many citizens, this topic of integrity is not very close to their reality. So I believe we should translate this concept in much more practical aspects that allow them to better understand this concept so that we can stimulate social participation, as social participation is not something that happens naturally. It needs to be stimulated, fostered, encouraged, and it will only be made possible once people understand what they are dealing with, why they are doing what they are doing, and when they identify positive results, when they identify positive outcomes out of these actions, once they see that these actions will entail a change in the public sphere and in the private sphere. I believe that these are very important challenges. So in Brazil, we tried to do so with our integrity and anti-corruption plan that was recently launched in Brazil. So many civil society organizations took part in this plan, alongside researchers and academic experts, and also private sector organizations contributed. So this was a very broad plan with large social participation. Notwithstanding, we know we can improve in this topic, and we can have the population closer to us, and this is a huge challenge.
Thank you very much. It's really such a pleasure to have you as Brazil as part of our Alliance for Integrity. Elizabeth, your main takeaways.
Yeah, thank you so much. There's much to be done. We've made huge progress in really solidifying the collective action idea as a norm. Very importantly, capturing it in the recommendation of the Working Group on Bribery. And yet there's much more to be done to implement this idea in practice. And so from the perspective of civil society, it's important that there be champions of this norm in all sectors. and that we continue to foster the capacity of organizations to facilitate and sustain collective action initiatives through strengthening independent facilitators, through building not overly burdensome governance models for these mechanisms so that they are sustainable over time, that there are funding mechanisms for them that can sustain them over time, that they could be flexible to accommodate evolving corruption challenges and respond to them as they emerge. And that we sustain the kind of solidarity that I certainly feel on this panel today, and certainly is present in the Alliance's work, particularly at a time when there are strong headwinds against anti-corruption norms, that we continue to be champions and to document, make the case to broader publics about why this matters.
Thank you very much, Elizabeth. I think it's really important to have the Basel Institute for us to go on learning and to improve our work as Alliance for Integrity. So Maria Soledad, what are your closing remarks?
For me, the SME is critical enablers. They are the 19% of the global businesses. They are a role in ensuring clear and fair competition is key. And we need, according to Elizabeth mentioned, we need too much to do, and promoting a culture of integrity, cultivating integrity across the supply chain provides a competitive advantage. We need too much to do. We are teenagers, like mentioned in the beginning, and I really trust that we can do it during the next 10 years. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your positivism, and I think we should just go step by step, and then we will get our objective. So thank you very much. And Norbert.
So challenges, I would say one was already mentioned several times here. It's volatility, volatility in geopolitics, volatility when it comes to upholding the rule of law, volatility when it comes to the values we have and that we thought are universal and shared by everyone, that are now challenged and at various levels. So managing that and the consequences that this has, laws being, not implemented, laws being redone, from a corporate perspective, right? So this volatility that it creates is burdensome. Yeah, you always have to change. You always have to see when will this law come, how will this law come? Yeah, what laws will come, what laws will stay, especially today, and that resource planning, everything. It's a little bit. That's at least a challenge. Let's put it like this. And on the other hand, we have in certain aspects a certain tendency to over-regulations. I already mentioned the reporting regulations that have its merits, but sometimes go in such a level of detail that from a corporate perspective, you wonder whether the balance between the efforts that I put into the benefits that it has are really the right one, So, and these are seen, that we must see as well. These are seen at the government levels. These are seen and these are addressed at the moment. And with this, I want to start with a positive outcome. I believe it's good to see that the challenges that we have, they are always an opportunity for growth, an opportunity to make it better. And I do believe you're on the right path here. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you very much for your very positive last words. So thank you very much, all of you, for sharing your important experiences with your inspiring insights and recommendations for us for the future. My main takeaway is that beyond regulations regarding compliance and business integrity, it's very successful to promote and use collective action approaches. And thank you very much to all of you for participating in this session. I wish you a very fruitful day together with us, the Alliance for Integrity, and enjoy your day. Thank you.
Dear panelists, please remain on stage for a second so we can take a picture. The photographer is at the end waving to you, so I invite you to remain a few seconds to take the picture. And you can stand up so you can be seen better. Thank you very much. And thank you for this very insightful panel. A bit closer together. Yes, perfect. Yes. While the picture is being taken, first of all, I want to say that thank you to everyone participating in the panel, which was very insightful, and I'm sure it has enriched us with perspectives from across the globe, with different stakeholder perspectives and approaches as well. And I now have the pleasure to announce a very exciting session or part of today's agenda to you. The Symphony of Collaboration, it is called. In this session, we honor those who have long been committed to working with us, the Alliance for Integrity, on the topic of business integrity, our dedicated partners, initiators, and trainers. And now I invite all of you to not only see, but mostly listen to the Symphony of Collaboration.
It is amazing how each individual musicians contributes to this fantastic melody.
Many different instruments come together. That's just like a multi-stakeholder platform as the Alliance for Integrity. There are different perspectives and experience that need to work together to reach our objectives.
We would like to welcome everyone to the award ceremony, Symphony of Collaboration.
Today, we would like to honor individuals and organizations who have been dedicated to business integrity, shaping and strengthening the Alliance for Integrity. We will recognize partners and trainers who have made the success of the Alliance for Integrity possible over the past 10 years.
Who would have thought that we will be working in 15 countries across 4 continents?
We have some figures to show now. So as Mila said, 15 countries across 4 continents. And 10 years ago, when we first started, who could have thought that 5,200 businesses would benefit from our training program?
And we are proud that more than 300 compliance experts are passing on their knowledge.
60,000. What do you think this number represents? This shows the size of our multi-stakeholder platform. We are thankful to all our 60,000 followers on social media.
But numbers alone do not tell a full story. The real power of what we have achieved together lies in collective action.
Business integrity is not a solo performance. It requires coordination, trust, and shared responsibility. Across the years, our partners have taken bold steps to collectively tackle corruption, improve transparency, and foster a culture of compliance.
And of course, we could go on with the numbers, but today we would like to reflect on how it all began. And we are honored to have one person with us, someone who played a key role in the setting of this initiative.
Please give a warm welcome to Mr. Sven Bierman. He's going to now share with us some stories looking back at the roots of our initiative. Please, Mr. Sven.
Thank you, Ludmila, and thanks, Daniel. A nice New Orleans vibe to warm up the room. Good morning, everyone. It is a sincere honor to be standing in front of a room of colleagues, friends, trainers, anti-corruption legends, a lot of people that have shaped the Alliance for Integrity. And I'm standing here also with quite a bit of pride because the numbers are amazing. And I really believe that while the Alliance for Integrity has produced a lot of good work over the last 10 years, the training program really is the backbone of the Alliance for Integrity, including all the trainers that delivered it. So allow me to reflect a little bit, shifting a little bit into storytelling mode, see how it began, what were some of the turning points, and what can we learn from these turning points to look forward. So initially, the idea was to do something on training, very broadly at the beginning. And we worked very closely with the German Global Compact Network, as Marcel already mentioned earlier this morning. And so we started to look around what other anti-corruption, compliance, integrity training were there, and we attended a few, and we were very, not only confused, but we were clear that this is not the way we want to go. And I remember one training that we attended, I think it was in a German town called Stuttgart, where a legal counsel of a company passionately talked about the Foreign Corrupt Practices Act on 40 fully scripted slides, one legal provision after the other. It doesn't get better than this. From your laughter, I don't have to explain that this was German sarcasm. So it was clear from us that we have to do something different, because at the end of the day, legal rules and the checklists and all the regulations are important, but it's the humans that make the decisions. It's the humans that get tempted to maybe go into the wrong way. So we looked around. There were amazing tools already out there, such as the RESIST guidelines. The UN Global Compact had a good face model on how to do step by step. So we developed our own tool and our own training and then tested it. Together with the German Chamber of Commerce, we went around several towns in Germany, and the feedback was really good because the training almost developed into something like a group therapy. Because if you as the trainer start sharing your struggles, your temptations, your own justification to, even though you know what is right, what's wrong, you still want to go there, others will start to open up as well. And that was a key point to put into the training, that human touch, that human element. And so based on that, the feedback that we received was really good. Now, Noor Naqshbandi, who really started the Alliance for Integrity, was already mentioned this morning. And if you know Noor, you know he always thought bigger. So one day, after we've done maybe 6, 7 trainings in Germany, he came to me and said, Sven, we're going global. Okay. And so we ended up in Argentina with the German Chamber of Commerce really interested in this approach, and we piloted the same training there. And I think it's no coincidence that when we went to the German Chamber of Commerce, we met 2 amazing women who really had the passion to drive this into the Argentinian market. One of them, at that time, very new to the chamber, very young, is now leading the Alliance for Integrity, Carolina. And the other person, who was, I believe, Caro's boss at that time, is now my colleague at the Fisheries Transparency Initiative, which is Dorothea, who's also here in the room. And so, again, we tested the training, several rounds in Buenos Aires, and it worked really well. But for me, the kind of eye-opening moment that this is really something was when we went to a town called Rosario and did the training there. And the training was set up in a way that it all centered around cases and practical discussions, etc. And we placed some of these case discussions always right in front of the lunch break, so that you have these discussions and you go into the lunch break and people can continue discussing what they heard. We had 2 technicians in the room. The back of the room took care of the technology and the translation and everything. And in the lunch break, I passed by, and these 2 technicians were discussing the cases. They were discussing what they think would work, what they think would not work in Argentina, challenging each other. And that really showed the training hit them. It really took them on, and we had something that not only works in German towns for German SMEs, but also works in other parts. But Noor wanted to go global. And so the issue that we were facing was scalability. Because in order to go, global, you need to have an amount of trainers. And not just trainers, not just external consultants. You need to have people with skin in the game. You need to have people that are in these situations, that are willing to share their stories, their anecdotes, their solutions, their struggles, etc. So basically, out of a necessity, we came up with this idea, well, let's do a train-the-trainer, let's do companies, from companies, for companies. And since my wife is a Spanish speaker, I called her up in the evening and said, how would you translate that? And it's de empresas para empresas, and it's the DIPE program. And so we then went to Brazil, we went to India, in Ghana, and we piloted it there. And really, it started to evolve. And then with the shift in leadership from Noor to Susanne Friedrich, it really became a global program. And I would say even a brand on its own. It's interesting when you talk to people and, the DIPE and AFIN and Alliance for Integrity, those are words that are very well known in the anti-corruption community. And I have absolutely no doubt that with Carolina at the helm, the best is yet to come. So where does that leave us? I'm sure the training will develop further, whether it is going into particular sectors, new topics, technology will play a role. Some of the developments and innovations will be driven by the Alliance for Integrity, and some will be imposed from others, from the outside, because the only constant that we are looking at the moment is just constant change, and unpredictable change. But I think as long as the program stays true to its core ideas, it will be successful. Let me share 3 points from my personal observation that I think are key for the program. Number one, let's remain on the human element as the core aspect of this training. And that may sound logic, but it will be tempted. One of the buzzwords the last 2 days was artificial intelligence, but let's make sure that we always understand the people that are at the receiving end are the ones making the decision, at least for a while. And so the human element, the human touch is absolutely key. That's number one. Number two, the program must continue emphasizing that no stakeholder can do it alone, no stakeholder should do it alone, and we need to build this alliance of like-minded people. I think it was on Wednesday, somebody said in the big plenary, never stay alone with an integrity issue. And I think this is a good slogan to take away. But third, and most of all, the program needs to continue to be delivered by an amazing group of trainers who are willing not only to contribute the time, but also the passion, the experience, successes and failures with others, be open to conversations so that we can move from complying with regulations and using tools and all of that to an attitude where you do the right thing, even if no one is looking, because this is the Alliance for Integrity. So happy birthday, Alliance for Integrity. 10 years is an amazing time. And as a father of 2 teenagers, I hope puberty is going to be smooth on you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Sven, for this really valuable overview. And dear guests, take this opportunity to speak to Sven during this day. I believe he has a lot of stories and learn more from Alliance for Integrity. Thank you very much, Sven.
Thank you, Sven. And as you know, and as you heard from Sven's speech, the core of the work of the Alliance for Integrity is the training program. It's our DEPI. And the DEPI would not exist without our great trainers. I already told you that we have more than 300 trainers all over the world. And look here how big our network is. Those are just a few of our multipliers that play a critical role in promoting integrity. Of course, every and each one of them deserves our dearest recognition. But today, we would like to award one of them from each country. It's important to say that they were chosen by their fellow trainers so for their work over the past 10 years. Thank you very much. And for this, I would like to invite the national hubs to the stage, please, so we can give the awards.
And we would like to underline that we will honor not only the individuals who have excelled, but also the spirit of community, which marks an important contribution to promote transparency and integrity in the economic system worldwide. So, all representatives from national hubs come to the stage. Thank you so much. And now we will present the award Trainer of the Decade.
So,
Raquel is going to give the Colombian one.
yeah, Raquel,
Okay.
this one. Yeah.
I think we can back to the stage.
So, thank you for your time. And we would like to start alphabetically with
Okay.
Go in front, Mari. Go in front and announce it.
So the winner is Diego Martinez, the trainer of the decade in Argentina.
Well, thanks so much. Thanks to the organization, of course, Alliance for Integrity. Special thanks for the Argentinian German chamber, because when I started 10 years ago, I went to the chamber. Carolina was there. She received me. I joined the initiative with a great pleasure. And I want to give a special thanks to all my colleagues. We don't train alone. We are part of a team. We train together, and we have a great time doing that together. We really enjoy that. So thanks for this time. And of course, happy 10 years for Alliance for Integrity. Wonderful decade. Thank you so much.
on the stage. We make a picture.
Yes.
Perhaps. No. Next is.
So the Alliance for Integrity Trainer of the Decade Brazil Award goes to Roberta Codinotto.
I will do my best to don't cry. I'm very emotional today. It means a lot because I always believe in this initiative since the beginning, when I met Carolina for the really first time. So it's a proud for me to be here. Thank you so much for your support. And I think we did great. I am very proud of each one of you. I am very proud the things we have done. And I also believe that we will be universal and not global. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Now it's the turn for Chile. So the winner of the year, the trainer of the decade in Chile, is our dear Mariano Gochman. Ídolo.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for inviting me. It's a pleasure, honor, of course. Thank you, Alliance for Integrity, Caro, Leon, and all the team, all the hubs, because Leon is here. And I want to thanks to the German Chamber, Maca, Kata is there in the past, Mane. I want to thank Siemens, my company, Dalma also, who started this journey. And also I want to thank my wife, is there, my my best support every day. So thank you. And during these 10 years, as Diego mentioned, we create a great team and great opportunities to fight against corruption. And this is our main situation here. So thank you.
Okay. Continue with the motion. Taran, taran, tan, tan. Next Alliance for Integrity Award, Trainer of the Decade. decade, Colombia. And the winner is Jenny Marcela Hernández. Felicitaciones.
I am very emotional. Good morning, everyone. It's a true honor to receive this award. I want to spread my gratitude to the Alliance for Integrity for this recognition and to my colleagues who vote for me. Thank you so much once again for this honor. Let's continue to lead for integrity and make a difference together. Thank you so much.
Okay, I have here different award. But now it's the time for Ecuador, and the winner is Fatima Flores, but she's not here. And received this awards, Fiorella Mayaute from Ecuador. She is a girl.
I will say something on behalf. Firstly, I would like to say that I'm receiving this on behalf of Fatima Flores, and on behalf of her, of course, I would like to thank very much to the Alliance for Integrity. As Sven said, work in integrity is very important to be together and touch people, and that's what you're doing now. Carolina, congratulations on all the team, and of course, for the director of the program now, and all the job that you have done for a very long time. So good job. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I would want to add my voice to the director of Fishery Transparency, who said that we should think about humanity. But in addition to that, I think we need to also think about the value that we bring to the table. And this winner for Ghana brings a lot of value to the integrity training, and he's by the name, I can't find him. Is he here? Perhaps I have to award myself, but it's not me. It is Patrick Kwesi.
Thank you, and greetings from Ghana. I decided to be part of Alliance for Integrity because I wanted to be an enabler. And since so far, I have become an enabler by this award. Thank you very much. We'll join the race and continue till we have a cleaner business community. Thank you.
I also have the singular honor to present the award to my neighbors, whom we are always competing, but we always beat them in football. This time, they've added their voice to the awards. Our trainer for the decade, Nigeria, is Emeka Egbeogba.
You say you normally beat us in football? All right. Caroline and other team members at the Secretariat, I must say I'm very grateful for your support. I'm very grateful for this platform that the Alliance for Integrity has given us. I'm also thankful to the management of ICO Insurance PLC, my employers, who has given me the enablement to be here in the first place and to be able to participate fully in what we are doing. Is corruption endemic? Yes. Are we doing something? Yes. Are we going to achieve something? We certainly must. Thank you very much.
Please stay on the stage. Yeah?
I'm here again, but now it's for India. This award is for Dinesh Agrawal, but received this award Sagar Kandewal. Please.
Thank you. Being from the largest democracy where we are 1.4 billion people now, integrity definitely matters to us. And I think Alliance for Integrity is spreading good work in supply chain and corporate. So pretty happy with this. Thank you.
And one more time here, but now for Indonesia. And this award is for Rojani Lim, and received this this award. And, yeah.
Yes. Thank you. On behalf Ms. Rojani Lim, it is a great honor and thank you for the award. And personally, I know her for many years. She's been active not only in this initiative, but also another like Anti-Corruption Commission initiative in Indonesia. So she is really dedicated person and has a strong passion to participate in corruption eradication. Thank you very much for award for Ms. Rojani Lim.
Okay, now it's for Mexico. And this award is for Ricardo Corona Castellanos. Ricardo?
Well, thank you so much. It's really funny because I didn't imagine when I met Caro and Marco and Leandro in 2017, it was, I didn't imagine that we were a handful of trainers, a handful of SMEs, and now it's a huge network, just like Sven said, in Mexico. I think it's one of the initiatives with the most legitimacy, driving change and acting towards a positive change in the private sector, liaising with civil society and with the government to create something really good. So little did I know that 10 years later, I would be in Paris at the OECD receiving an award. So I'm really grateful and really humble because also it was part of my colleagues. So I want to thank Caro, Alliance for Integrity, and also the rest of the trainers because of this great award. Thank you.
Thank you, Ricardo. And now for Paraguay, I invite to Marian Estigarribia. She is a winner in this country.
Bueno, ya creo que olvidé mi discurso.
I forgot my speech now.
Bueno, muchas gracias, Alliance for Integrity.
Thank you very much to Alliance for Integrity and to my family, without whose support I would never have been here today.
My husband's taking the kids to school, so without the family, I wouldn't be here today. So greetings. And a lot of the colleagues were expecting me to come here with my typical dress because I am an advocate for our identity. Our identity is very important, and it really helps us to carry forward this initiative. So I didn't bring my traditional costume, but I am wearing a blouse that is from the Elan Duty pattern. It's a spider web, and it is a symbol of the networks that brings us all together. Thank you very much, and we'll continue together for another 10 years at least. And now it's Peru, and I'd like to call Chile Cárdenas.
Thank you, Alliance for Integrity. 10 years ago, it's a lot of time. Thank you, Alliance for Integrity, for inspiring me and all of trainers to be an agent of change in our country. Thank you very much.
Y el último premio es para Uruguay.
And the last prize is for Uruguay. And the trainer of the decade for Uruguay is Fernanda Nan, but she couldn't be here today. But she's a regional manager for Latin America. Well, I am regional manager for Latin America. I can take it to her in person. So congratulations, Fernanda.
Congratulations to all of you, and thank you for your work with the Alliance for Integrity. Let's take a group photo of all these beautiful people. I think we deserve it.
Not the line. Yeah, all together.
What? Saga. Hello. Yes, it's working. So let's continue with our ceremony, and for the next award, which is our Training Initiator Award, we would like to welcome Mr. Sagar Kandeval, which is Vice Chair of the Alliance for Integrity.
Thank you. So we have the International Initiator Award.
No, training initiator. Sorry, it's the wrong.
Yes. Thank you. So for the Training Initiator Award, we would like to welcome on stage Mr. The award is given to AHK Argentina.
Yes.
And the next one is Siemens Argentina. And the third one is UN Global Compact Network Argentina. The first training session actually started in Argentina, and it is very important that we celebrate their contribution to the whole process of Alliance for Integrity. HK Argentina.
Siemens.
Siemens.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Would you want to say something?
Well, thank you, everybody. It's true. I mean, I'm from Siemens, super happy to be here. And basically, 10 years ago, I started discussing, I think, Sven, you said in the Berlin Global Compact conference, we started discussing how to do it in other countries like Latin America. And so as Siemens, we said we can provide some support together with these guys in order to start in Argentina and then move it forward, the initiative to Colombia, Peru, Chile, and other countries, right? So super happy because this is something, for me, is more than a network of colleagues. I made a lot of friends here. So I think that that's key, that we keep the human factor super alive because we are friends, and it's super, super nice. So happy birthday.
Muy bien. Bueno, voy a hablar en español. No éramos amigos.
I will be speaking Spanish. We were not friends. We met 10 years ago. And I would like to thank Alliance for Integrity for trusting Argentina. 10 years ago, we met with Carolina, Adoro, Mariana, and at the time we didn't know whether it was going to work out. But we decided to take a chance on a long-term relationship, and we're working on an agenda that is based on long-term relationships in order to achieve results. And along the way, we became friends. We tightened our alliance. We were able to enlarge our network. And without a doubt, the key element of all this was the trainers. I would like to thank Alliance for Integrity, Germany, my organization. We all had the same, we all had the mandate, but the trainers went far beyond their mandate to serve the cause, to a cause which to many seemed lost, but we never lost faith. So thank you very much to all the trainers.
Thank you so much. Happy birthday, Alliance. I am so proud of being here. When I came to the German Argentine Chamber 8 years ago, I met Caro and Doro and Flavio, who were my mentors, my guidance to develop this very challenging project through the Argentine network. And I think it's all because it's a co-creation, and it's, at the end of the day, it's all about trust, as my colleagues were saying, and friendship, and collaborating, and peer-to-peer learning. And also, one of the most valuable aspects of the initiative are the trainers that share their knowledge, their time, beyond their own organizations. But also we learn a lot from SMEs. We have a lot of lessons learned, because when we thought that we could add value to those SMEs, I have to say, in Argentina, we trained near by 800 SMEs with 1,300 participants from very diverse industries, oil and gas, energy, infrastructure, healthcare, the wine industry, yeah. So many, and also public sector, collaborating with public sector, collaborating through the trainers group with public policy building. So I think it's an amazing initiative which represents a real collective action. But for the next 10 years, I would love to keep contributing with this initiative, to keep working all together through over the world, and all the lessons learned we have, and also all the knowledge that we now can share. Some of us, we've been some time here, so Now we are learning also from the new ones, the newcomers, right? They bring a lot of innovative ideas that we already don't have anymore. So I think it's always a co-creation and it's a continuing growth to make a very more sustainable future. Thanks. I hope the music don't play because I feel like in an Oscar award.
Stand for the question. Am I audible? Yes. Thank you. So we come to the second award of ours, which is International Initiators Award. The award goes to AHK India and Merck India. And I would request Norbert and Selena to be on the stage. Serena to be on the stage, I'm sorry. So it is very a happy moment for us because I think Alliance for Integrity was shaping up in India when even before formalizing Alliance for Integrity. It was in November 2013 when the work of integrity started in India, and then it went elsewhere. So please say few words.
Thank you very much to the Alliance for Integrity. I'm receiving this award on behalf of the AHK India today. The AHK India is very honored to receive this award, having been recognized by the Alliance for Integrity, working with the Alliance for Integrity. The initiative was also in collaboration with the German Agency for Economy and Development. So they're very thankful for this collaboration. And I think they speak, again, these prizes that we've received today is a testament to the fact that working with integrity, working with sustainability is also a good business case. So thanks again from the AHK India.
Thank you very much. I'm receiving this award on behalf of a colleague of mine from India, Rajesh Hitre. He is with the Alliance of Integrity since 2015. I know him a bit well, I would say. He is a very dedicated, a very, very kind and very, as I said, dedicated colleague. He likes to do trainings and he always has an open ear for everyone. So thanks on behalf of Rajesh.
And we have also video from Rajesh. Yeah. Rajesh sent us a video. Yes.
Hello all. Integrity is the foundation of any business. Go. Hello all. Integrity is the foundation of any business. And Alliance for Integrity initiated its journey by promoting transparency and integrity in the economic system and fostering collective action through various stakeholders from the society. In India, over 10 years, we initiated number of activities and supported medium and small size companies, supply chain stakeholders, and entrepreneurs in strengthening their compliance capabilities. What especially interests me about the role is to supporting industry colleagues to build compliance culture, compliance capabilities, and fostering integrity. With that, I'm looking forward in continuing strong collaboration with Alliance for Integrity for next 10 years. Thank you.
So thank you. And the picture? We are ready with the picture or not? We take a picture? Yes. So super. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
One of the awards which we would like to present today too is an award for initiator. The Alliance for Integrity was created through the combined work of 3 organizations that joined forces to promote justice in the economic system. And now we honor these organizations. They are still today key support of the Alliance for Integrity. Please welcome Chair of the Alliance for Integrity, which will announce the Initiator Award, Raquel Zambrano.
I'm glad the music is back. Okay, so for the Initiator Award, the nominees are this one. It's not a surprise. Martin Wimner, Minister of Economy, Cooperation and Development.
This one.
Thank you so much for everything.
It's not for me in person, of course. It's for the organization, it's for the ministry. And all these years ago, it probably took just one creative mind to come up with the idea for that. But to bring it to life and to keep it alive, it needs all of you.
Picture, please. Yes. The next one is.
The next award is for the Federation of German Industries.
Yes. He's unfortunately not here, but we have a picture, and we got a really, really important letter from him. And the next one is to. No, this one.
And the next one goes to UN Global Compact Network, Germany.
Can you hear me? Yeah. Thank you very much. So I'm also receiving this award not on a personal basis, but for all the colleagues at the German Global Compact Network, starting with Noor, who have worked so intensively in making this a success. And I think a particular thing about the German Global Compact Network is that the people supporting us actually in running our anti-corruption work is the International Secretariat. So this award also goes to, among others, Carolina herself. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you. And one picture, please. Okay. Yes, the photographer. Thank you. Thank you again to all. And let's now celebrate together our joint achievements and, most importantly, to contribute our joint to continue our joint contributions, because it is thanks to each of our different perspectives and experiences as individuals that we can play our roles in achieving our joint objectives, just like the different musicians playing in a symphony.
Thank you, everyone, especially to the musicians and to all the award recipients for being on stage. I think I'm not only speaking for myself if I say that this award ceremony gives us energy and fuels us with motivation for the next 10 years of Alliance for Integrity. I want to once again remind you, so maybe if you could put up the slide presentation again, to use the hashtag of the conference today. So it's AFINGC 2025. Feel free to share any photos and pictures you take on social media. Okay, maybe it will appear. If not, please remember just the hashtag. Yes, you can see it there. Perfect. And on another note, again, to see. Okay, it's not there, but also to remind you to post your questions online to the panelists now, because my pleasure now is to introduce the second panel of today's conference, which is called Profit for Peace: How Business Integrity Can Shape Stability, Strengthen Democracy, and Alleviate Corruption. And I can see there you can scan the code if you want to post your questions, prepare the link that you'll be ready when the panel starts. And I once again want to say we will now have a speaker presenting in Spanish. Please have your headsets ready if you need them for interpretation, and then we are all set to start. It is my very pleasure to invite the moderator of this session to the stage, which is Guillaume Nicez. He's a senior advisor on integrity and corruption risk management at the U4 Anti-Corruption Resource Center. Guillaume. And then I'm also inviting to join us on stage Silvina Correa, Director of the Office of Internal Oversight at the Organization for the Prohibition of Chemical Weapons. And also Carlos March, who's the Director of Collaborative Intelligence at Fundación Arena. I'm also inviting to the stage Mayra Martini, who is the Chief Executive Officer at Transparency International Secretariat. And last but not least, please join us on stage Tulebona Ntlanga, Manager of Economic Policy Special Projects at Business Unity South Africa, short BUSA.
Morning. Is it on? Yes, great. I hope we'll also get an award at the end of the panel. Yeah.
Standing between the break of other people, so maybe they need an award.
Thank you very much for being here for this session. My name is Guillaume Nicez. I work for the U4 Anti-Corruption Resource Center in Norway, Bergen. It's my pleasure to be the moderator for this session. It's entitled How Business Integrity Can Shape Stability, Strengthen Democracy, and Alleviate Corruption. I find it really interesting, to be honest. I always heard, in Rome, do as the Romans do. So I'm really wondering, you know, when local companies do not respect integrity rules, what companies should do. So for me, it's a very interesting topic. Thank you very much to GIZ for organizing this event. It's really great. We have the pleasure to be together with panelists from civil society, private sector, public sector, and academic, I can say, as well for myself. So we would like to know more about fragility first. What do we mean by fragility? I think it's an important aspect we should develop first, because we look at again, business integrity in fragile contexts. So fragility, we are at the OECD, we'll go for an OECD definition first. So we refer to settings where risks to people and institutions exceed their capacity to manage them. And when we refer to these risks, we refer to political risks, economic risks, societals, environmental risks, security-related, so many, many different risks. And so we want to know what does it take for business to become a genuine partner to face such risks, basically. So we will consider the conditions that must be in place to face such risks. We'll also consider who needs to be involved, how do we move from symbolic commitments, to real impact, to systemic impact as well. So we'll begin by exploring this enabling environment, the conditions, and then we'll go also for real cases. And I'm sure there are plenty of cases that you will draw on in the discussion. All right, there will be opportunities for you for questions twice. So after speaking about this enabling environment, the conditions for integrity, and then also after this part on the real world cases. So this session is really for you, for capacity building, for learning a bit more about the topic. So feel free to upvote the questions you like most online, or just raise your hand and I will give you the mic. We prepared some questions that I'm gonna ask you. First of all, we'll start with Tulebona Langa. Welcome. Thank you very much for being here. So Tulebona, you work for the Business Unity South Africa Center. And in your work, you address fragility-related challenges, especially in the economic and social aspects, social dimensions. And you try to prevent escalation of fragility in vulnerable contexts. That's right, Tulebona?
That is
Yes.
correct, Guillaume.
So I have a question for you. How can business operate ethically in fragile environments where weak institutions and political instability undermine the rule of law?
Thank you so much for the Alliance for Integrity for the invite, and of course to that question, and happy birthday. I think for me, I'd start around the concept of trust that has been highlighted very elaborately this morning, around it being, you know, a currency in which government operates within, and as well as business, because we don't operate within a vacuum. And you would also appreciate, I think last year we had about 64 countries around the world going through you know, elections and a change in government. And so one then has to ask the question around what is the one stable thing around changes around the environment like that? And for me, it would be that the law and regulations become the most resilient thing that businesses can hold on to. Because as governments change, the environment changes, and the risk of uncertainty, unpredictability also is on the rise in that case. And so therefore, internal controls and safeguard rails for businesses to be able to look to a North Star that enables them to act ethically becomes quite important. An Edelman Trust Barometer last year as well ranked business as the most trusted institution, ranking higher than NGOs, media, government. So therefore it means governments, you know, businesses' role has to be all-encompassing and going beyond just profits. It means it has to step in where there's obviously an absence of ethics, where government is in control, and also then be able to step up to take a much more greater role within that space, to be able to champion trust and ethics and integrity. But the North Star for me becomes, you know, the resilient integrity frameworks that are developed within each organization, and that then enforces and fosters, you know, trust between customers and businesses, as well as business and society and other social partners like labor, and of course then community, who are ordinary citizens that are affected by corruption disproportionately more than any other social partner within the aspect.
Thank you very much. And also to put the emphasis on the communities and people affected by corruption. Thank you. We'll come back to you later. Mayra Martini, So you are the CEO of Transparency International, but before working with that role, you worked extensively as a researcher, and you also did policy work on the anti-corruption aspects that are really relevant for fragile contexts. And so I have a question for you. So Maïra, what practical steps can business take to safeguard their supply chain? So all along the value chain, what companies can put in place to make sure or to mitigate corruption risks?
Thank you so much. Thanks for the invitation. Congratulations to Alliance for Integrity for the 10 years anniversary. It's really a great pleasure to be here. So we all know the risks of corruption in supply chain. They are high, in particular because there is also limited control on the policies of partners and how it's being implemented. When we are talking about fragile states, these risks are certainly exacerbated because there is the question of trust that the colleague just mentioned, but there is also the question of uncertainty, which also gonna impact what she was mentioning on ensuring that you have a stable legal framework that will guide the actions and that you can trust, that that's going to be enforced according to rule of law and so on. So we're talking about an environment of weak governance and weak rule of law, which exacerbate the risks and the challenges. So I think the number one thing that business needs to consider is to try to understand the specific exposure and the specific risks in the context that they're going to operate, right? It's not always the same, and it's really important that then you look back to the policies, you look back in your engagement with partners and supply chain, and try to see if what you have in place is sufficient to mitigate the risks in that specific context. So an example, many fragile states will have local content rules, which are very important to ensure also that we are giving the chance and opportunity for local business to engage. But they also offer a lot of specific risks of corruption, because it's very often what we see is politically exposed people, for example, creating companies with the goal of becoming the partners, and often not even delivering the service or delivering bad service and charging a lot. So trying to understand what are the specific risks of that context so that you can put in place the specific measures. And then is moving to the due diligence, right? Ensuring effective due diligence checks. And here I would like to highlight the importance of understanding conflict of interest, and for that, knowing the real owners of companies you're partnering with. So understanding who are the beneficial owners, whether there are connections with politically exposed people that could offer greater risks and that you should pay attention to. And then, of course, transparent procurement. This is not something that business can decide themselves on their own, but really important that there is an attempt to follow the formal process, and ensuring that you're going through the formal process, and if digital processes are in place, of course, that's much better. And then whistleblowing protection. So there are lots that business can do themselves, even if countries don't have stronger whistleblower protection mechanisms, so ensuring internal reporting mechanism systems. And then also equally important is to work with NGOs, either on the ground, and we can go back to talk about the challenge of NGOs operating in fragile states, but trying to find partners, if not on the ground, global partners that can support to try to change the system, right? So that you don't have to navigate, but that you can try to change the systemic issues that will improve business practice in that country. And then very quickly, just to tell about tools that I believe could be useful, and I want to mention one specific tool, because I mentioned whistleblowing, which is at TI. Last year, we developed a self-assessment tool for business, which basically allows you to go through your reporting internal reporting mechanism for whistleblowers and assess whether it's according to good practice. And it's really a very easy self-assessment that takes you through the different steps that one should have for an effective reporting mechanism.
Thank you very much. If I can challenge you when I come back to you later, it's about how these tools also can be tailored to fragile environments. Because if I am a whistleblower, for instance, in a fragile context, even if I know that there is a reporting system in place, that's going to be challenging, definitely, because you're going to face a lot of pressure. And it's true that political economy analysis or understanding context is really key, but how do you do that when you don't have people of trust as well on the ground? So I will come back to you, but yeah, good points. Thank you. Carlos March, you work for the Fundación Avina in Latin America. And so you're the director for democratic innovation. And so you worked for years in fragile contexts, trying to contribute to projects that aiming at enhancing governance, improving anti-corruption. So can you tell us a bit more about the kind of leverage, the kind of mechanisms that companies can put in place or contribute to as a way to enhance governance and anti-corruption? And if you can, yeah, again, tell us maybe a bit more about the fragile context you're involved in, because I guess it's very different from Tulebona, for instance, in South Africa.
Bueno, gracias.
Thank you very much. I'm going to speak Spanish for two reasons. First of all, because I want to generate work for the interpreters. Thank you very much, say the interpreters. And secondly, because my English, even I can't understand it. Thank you very much to the Alliance. It's a long time I hadn't been to a birthday party. And now, of course, we need to change the symphony we've just heard into a hymn, which is our new challenge. Now, just two or three messages to answer the question. First of all, I think it's great we work here within an alliance, because structural corruption and organized crime can't be tackled from the point of view of a country. We need to work globally. We need networks to be able to fight corruption and organized crime. And in fragile contexts, there are two things that need to be mentioned. First of all, and this has an impact on democracy, there's the asymmetry of power. Corruption is going to increase the asymmetry of power, and in a context of asymmetry of power, it's just impossible to have a sustainable democracy and peace. And so this is why I think we need to think about the second point I want to share with you, which is how we build institutions, democratic institutions, that can help us bridge those asymmetries. Simon Robinson, who got the Nobel Prize, and wrote a book that you've probably read, Why Countries Collapse. And what is said is that weak institutions and governments that don't add value, but on the contrary, abstract value, usually end up seeped in structural corruption. And so in this context of fragility, in which it's very hard to reduce the asymmetries of power and shore up institutions, I feel that the link between companies, civil society, and the government is one of the ways, it's not the only way, but it's one of the ways to tackle corruption and to have enabling environments.
Thank you very much, Carlos. And I think that there is already a question that you can think about in the chat about the culture of integrity, actually, that is related to your points. But before going for the questions, Silvina Correa, thank you very much for being here. So you are the director of the Office of Internal Oversight at the Organization for the Prohibition of Chemical Weapons. It's not a usual suspect, actually, that we already normally have here in the Integrity Week, so I'm really glad you're here. So you specialize in forensic auditing, especially in emerging markets. And I do have a question for you, actually. So my question is about multinational companies. And we know that sometimes these big companies, maybe unintentionally, may contribute to fragility, reinforcing elite capture, for instance, or engaging in opaque deals or exacerbating inequality. So I would like to know more about the conditions needed to ensure that their engagement contribute to stability and integrity.
Thank you very much. Good question. And again, happy to be here. A happy anniversary, happy birthday to Alliance for Integrity. As some of our colleagues mentioned earlier, and please grant me 1 second to say this out. I've been with Alliance for like 10 years, and I also agree with Dalma, Flavio, some of my former colleagues that they said before. You know, we have made a lot of friendships besides some of the collective actions that we did, you know, during these 10 years. So I'm very, very happy to be here. And coming back to your question, so I think that some of my former colleagues here mentioned it before. So when institutions or governments are weak, corruption often fills that gap, right? So it's, and of course in fragile states, that is even worsened. And because you have to add to that political instability, different sorts of conflicts, and the undermine of governance, of course. So the cost of corruption is not just financial, it's measured also in loss of trust and loss of opportunities, and unfortunately sometimes even the loss of lives, right? So I think that businesses, and I come now from the public sector. OPCW is within the multilateral system of the system-wide of UN. So we are one of the 3 main disarmament organizations within the UN system. But in these last 10, 15 years, I've been also on the private sector, always working in the compliance or oversight arena for multinational companies with a global footprint, right? And I think that from that experience, I can say that these business environments, when you are dealing with fragile states, you know, corruption may seem sometimes as the cost of doing business, right? But in the long run, it's just, if you follow that, you always deepens the instability, right? So I think that bribery, favoritism, some practices that distort markets are fueling that very fragility that you were mentioning. So, and that's at the end of the story makes businesses even more challenging, right, in those environments. So I think that integrity is always the way at the long run. I think that to try to commit to transparent procurement, to try to do ethical partnerships, foster that like within these communities, like Alliance is trying to or has been trying to promote in the last 10 years, and also to have more anti-corruption measures, right? Helps to build that confidence. I heard in the forum this week that corruption is not just a governance failure, right? It's a systemic enabler of instability, perpetuating cycles of poverty and conflict, right? And I think that I think that the private sector in that arena has a big role to play and must be an active force in building the resilience, right? And not reinforcing that fragility. I think that the question to be raised is, you know, are our businesses, our organizations making that resiliency, or are we deepening the risks, right? So, and I leave it right now like this, but we can go further in some of the measures that I think it would be interesting to explore. Thank you.
Thank you. I think it's interesting because we are focusing on both the enabling environments that you mentioned, for instance, with the rule of law, and at the same time at the tools that companies can put in place to mitigate risks, as you said, and at the same time to enable this environment from the practices they put in place by themselves, by looking at, yes, auditing or specific tools that they can put in place, or with others, as Carlos emphasized, other way to improve culture of integrity. So yeah, we already have many good ideas for now. Here in the audience, do you have some specific question that you would like to ask or comments you would like to give before we go further? Otherwise, we can go first with the question online. So the one with the most upvote is how would you define a culture of integrity that goes beyond rules and regulations and encompasses a multi-stakeholder approach? I can repeat it if you want. How would you define a culture of integrity that goes beyond rules and regulation and encompasses a multi-stakeholder approach?
Okay, I can.
Thank you, Tribuna. Merci.
Hello. Okay. So the thing about integrity and ethics is that it's not sexy, right? It's not doing clean business and doing the right thing when no one is watching is not the easiest of things, but also it's further perpetuated when the culture of doing the right thing isn't the right thing. And so then one has to observe instances where, you know, clean business has actually enabled business to, one, enhance profits, but also even grow in the way in which it accesses markets. Who does it do business with, and what kind of values govern that, right? And so if integrity becomes a value that each partner in society aligns and resonates with, it becomes easier to enforce. But again, in a culture where it's not fashionable and where there is a culture of insidiousness and, you know, basically secrecy, it then becomes quite difficult because you have to start conscientizing people around why it's important to have integrity. And it starts with education. You know, it becomes quite easy when the tone is set from the top with government obviously doing various initiatives to actually foster that kind of culture. And then it becomes a very easy thing as it drops down. You know, you have a top-down approach where you've got organizations that now take this forward from a civil society perspective, training people more or less like what Alliance for Integrity does. And then it becomes a normal thing where, you know, culture like bribery does not fester more when people know what to do in the right kind of environment. And I think it is important for us to engage in conversations that allow for even institutions like media, for instance, to become watchdogs around exposing bad behavior. In South Africa, you know, it becomes much more easy for that kind of culture to perpetuate when you're stopped to, you know, produce your identification of whether you are legal to drive or not, and then someone starts asking you for a bribe, and then you say, okay, you know, what can I do to not get caught? Or if you're found guilty, you know, how do you then evade a process where you're held accountable? And so integrity goes along with integrity, with accountability. And where those two prevail, you have a culture of having all stakeholders on board. But where there's an absence of accountability, integrity cannot grow.
Thank you. Thank you. And I think it's also important, if I may, I know I'm the moderator, but if I can intervene here, just about, you know, gender, for instance. Most of the time, it's not one of the requirements, because the law doesn't integrate so much gender aspects for corruption risk management. But we know that if you have tools that consider gender, they are much more efficient. You mentioned whistleblowing management system. We know that a system able, you know, for people to report misconduct in relation to gender means that you can better disaggregate information, you know better the context, or you know better how to respond to specific cases. So it's not just a Hotmail address or a hotline. I mean, it's something more specific with people able to deal with such sensitive cases. So just an example on how finally gender can improve this system going further than the regulation asks for. Yes, Silvina? Yes, sorry.
Hello. Okay. I want to add something to what you just mentioned about gender. But there's another factor that I'm going to link it also what Sven mentioned before about when there's integrity, we just don't fight integrity issues alone, right? So I think that when running business globally, when you're trying to implement integrity activities or tasks or compliance programs globally, you need to understand the impact of multiculturalism too. And I think that within the UN, we are quite well with that. And I think that that is the human factor that before someone also mentioned, right? We don't have to forget that no size fits all. So that's very, very important. And that it's linked also with gender, right? So of course, not all compliance programs and integrity initiatives tackles the same as, you know, as different communities, different genders, and different cultures. So I think that we need to really put the human always in the center in all the programs, because if we understand the human behaviors better, probably our programs will be more efficient and more successful, right?
Thank you. Yes, Carlos? Yes?
Para complementar.
Well, just to add to that, corruption is a practice, so integrity needs to become a practice as well. And I think it's important to base integrity on democracy, because there are a lot of tools that can help mitigate the impact of corruption. I was involved in a specific case, and sometimes it's good to talk about a case. The Integrity Pact of the International Transparency Program was applied in a municipality for a public contract for waste collection. And of course, this is something that is an important activity of municipalities, and so very often it's the target of corruption. And through Transparency International and the Argentinian chapter of the network, well, in this particular municipality, it was in the province of Buenos Aires, we established a public hearing. It's a tool that we took to try to discuss the bidding, the conditions that would apply to the bidding process. And so we changed 70% of the original bidding description. And at the hearing, we had private companies, we had people who lived in the municipality, and 3 companies that previously would not have been able to apply because of the terms and conditions were able to apply. And then we signed an integrity pact. This is an instrument that has been established by Transparency International, so that companies and the mayor can strengthen supervision and take action if there's anything dodgy detected. And so this saved us $13 million in that particular instance. And so transparency and integrity not only protect and make sure that the public budget can be applied as it should be applied, but it also helps have more democratic markets and bidding procedures.
To hear an example featuring your organization. Yeah. But I'm sure you have other examples, maybe not related or related to integrity pacts, maybe. Yeah, okay. I think yes, slowly moving to specific cases where we see a collaboration between civil society, private sector, and public sectors in fragile contexts, trying to improve the integrity measures they can implement together, or at least, oh, I see time. All right, people are hungry. I understand. But we really need concrete examples.
Yeah.
Yes.
No, thank you so much. And I think like in fragile contexts is certainly difficult. No, this type of partnership is really important but difficult. And I mentioned before the space for civil society to operate, no, which sometimes is very restricted, and the willingness of governments to also partner with civil society, sometimes business, but in particular, I think governments in some of those contexts is very, very difficult. So what we have learned, I think, throughout these years is that this type of partnership, in particular in fragile states, work best in very specific initiatives. And that's exactly why I wanted to talk about the integrity pacts, because I think that's a good example of something very concrete where you have the goals very defined and the roles of each of the participants and the parties also very well defined. So they're going to contribute from different perspectives. And I think this can be a powerful way of bringing these actors together. And I want to talk about one concrete example of Integrity Pact. And thanks to Carlos, who brought a really good example from Argentina. But I want to talk from an example in Honduras, which is a country going through also or has a security issue and is quite problematic. So the Integrity Pact, for those of you who are not aware of it, is a quite old TI tool, which we revamped last year. We published a new blueprint. And the idea of the Integrity Pact is really to bring together government, so contracting authorities, the private sector, and civil society. And the public sector and the private sector will sign an agreement that they will comply with anti-corruption and integrity and transparency measures, and will define very clear what should happen in that specific project. And civil society will monitor from the planning to expenditure. What happened in Honduras, I will rush a little bit. What happened in Honduras was that there was no proper procurement process in the healthcare sector. So the government would buy medicines through emergency contracts the whole time, which of course was leading to a lot of problems, high prices, corruption, and so on. The chapter in Honduras, our national chapter in Honduras, uncovered a really big corruption scheme and started to work to understand what could be improved in the procurement sector, and sign an integrity pact with authorities and with the private sector, training healthcare authorities across the country. More than 200 people working for the government were trained in monitoring the process. So as a result as well, you had better service for the population, lower prices in the medicines, but a reform of the whole procurement system. So a platform was created, new procurement rules were put in place, so you resolved a specific issue and a more systematic issue as well.
Very good example. Thank you. Tuli Bona, do you have any from South Africa?
So in our case, we have an implementing arm called B4SA that was obviously convened during COVID-19 to fight various issues, including health. But post that, it was quite clear that obviously crime and corruption is a huge deterrent for business in South Africa. And so therefore we pushed for the National Prosecution Act, which allows then for more enforcement in South Africa, because we also realized we don't have a problem of enforcement. We just had, a problem around acts and bills. At the moment, we're even going through a process of developing a bill that allows for us to then put state-owned entities on a program, which is a reform that we've pushed for quite a number of years. And finally, we are heading to Parliament to actually approve and adopt that process. But what then, beyond that, we've then asked for specific requirements so that directors that are appointed to these state-owned entities meet minimum requirements. And one of them is that you have not been implicated or found guilty of corruption. And so those are just small measures, because when we went through a process of state capture, which we're still trying to eradicate, is that they basically infiltrated the public financial management system, which allows for us to then manage our finances. And so that was weakened quite a bit. And so that's what we obviously trying to do. But from a BUSA perspective, we're also trying to empower SMMEs who do business with government around ensuring that they know how to, you know, navigate that whole open procurement process and how to basically approach businesses that also do business with government in order for them to not be found guilty of corruption.
Very interesting. I would like to know more about how you do advocacy to change the law, but we don't have time now, sorry. Silvina, and that will be our last intervention because I you know, yeah, clock is ticking, I know. Can you tell us more about, always on the basis of existing cases, can you tell us more about the safeguards needed to ensure that collective action can lead to impact?
Yes, sure, and I will try to be super fast. I think that basically I think, as we were discussing, right, the fragile states and you know, if one company defies that, you know, to pay bribes, another will. So it's kind of like a prison dilemma, right? So I think that, and I want to add something to what Mayra mentioned, right? I think that the integrity pacts are good, but if there's no enforcement, right? So I think that we could, as someone said, you know, without teeth, all compliance actions are just PR, right? So I think that collective actions comes in on this, right? So to Levona mention about the watchdogs and the participation of media and an active civil society, as we are now seeing all over the world. I think that those could play a big role. I think that to create these industry-wide anti-corruption standards, you know, that could reduce risks and level the playing field. I think that the collective actions removes this first mover disadvantage. We have seen that in Latin America, in Asia, with the help of Alliance for Integrity, when trainers were sharing their practices to some SMEs. I think that the DEPE program, the success of the DEPE program, you know, has come, you know, as a result of that. Also, it strengthens local institutions, right? So businesses can engage in these public-private partnerships, helps to build stronger regulations, right? Or at least the frameworks. And also, as I mentioned, right, the civil society plays a role, the media plays a role, the watchdogs plays a role. I think that we have heard many times the players of the role that multi-stakeholders, environments and collaboration plays on this. I think that, again, to go back to what Sven mentioned, this is not a solo mission, right? So this mission requires a shared action, a shared responsibility, also professional courage from all of us that are here and all the others within the compliance field, that we are playing a big role in the leadership of this career. Yeah, we might have waters that are not always the safest, are not always the quieter that we expect, but if it's not now, when? If it's not us, who, right? So, and with that, I close it.
That's
Thank
a very
you.
good conclusion, actually, honestly. I don't have to add more than that. Yeah, thank you very much. And thank you for your attention. Thank you. I guess it's time for lunch now.
Not quite yet, but soon, I promise. Dear panelists, please stay on the stage once again so we can take one group picture. So stand up, the photographers over there, move a bit closer to each other if possible. And thank you very much for this exciting panel. I'm sure we could continue to speak about this important topic many hours, but it's also, the start of a discussion that will for sure continue in different formats and occasions. Continuing with our agenda and also sticking to the topic of integrity and democracy and their connections overall, we will now close the campaign United for Integrity. This campaign was launched in December last year to underscore the significance of collective action in combating corruption. It was supported by more than 30 partners worldwide and seeks to promote transparency and integrity, showcasing the strength of collaboration in rebuilding trust and nurturing resilient democracies. It is my pleasure to now once again invite Martin Wimmer to the stage, Director of Development Policy Issues at the German Federal Ministry for Economic Cooperation and Development. Just one quick note, after the keynote, we will be watching a short video giving you some impressions of the campaign.
So promised, this will be the shortest keynote ever. In December last year, we launched the campaign United for Integrity, spearheaded by the Alliance for Integrity, the GIZ sector program, Anti-Corruption and Integrity, and funded by us, the German Federal Ministry for Economic Cooperation and Development. United for Integrity brought together multi-stakeholder efforts in more than 15 countries to promote integrity practices in the private and public sectors, to inspire and demonstrate that change is possible. More than, we already heard it, 30 organizations in Latin America, Africa, Asia actively participated. The digital campaign reached about 70,000 impressions across the Alliance's social media channels and the campaign website, and an impressive number of over 1,600 participants participated in countless workshops and events. We received feedback from all parts of the world, from our partners, and all of them have emphasized that just as bridges are built on solid pillars to connect two shores, peaceful relations between democracies stand on the firm foundations of integrity and transparency. The Corruption Perception Index, however, gives a clear message. There is an undeniable link between democratic governance and lower levels of corruption. That's why, all in all, Germany is the second largest bilateral donor in the field of democracy promotion globally. We continuously analyze several large-scale international surveys such as BTI or VDEM on the perception of democracy, and they all show that autocracies are on the rise. But democracies with strong institutions, free elections, and protected civic space are better equipped to fight corruption effectively. Where democracy prevails, integrity rises, and vice versa. So the campaign has come at the right time, when the principles we believe in are facing a backlash from unprecedented quarters. And so while this is the closing of the campaign, it will not be the end of our movement, a movement that can only thrive in strong democracies. United for Integrity also means united for democracy. Thank you.
Now we go to lunch because really they have to, this is really the last time. We have only 5 minutes, but we want to hear 2 voices from this campaign. So I asked Patrick from Kenikov in Ghana to come shortly to the stage, and also Jennifer from UNODC to join us for 1 question for each other. But really to give you a view of this campaign from the implementation and what comes next. That is also for us very important. If you want to stand, I'd also like to make the interview a little bit more lively. You can take 1 microphone. Yeah, so Patrick, the question for you, you know, when we started with this idea of the campaign, we receive a little bit of feedback that maybe it's not a topic for businesses. So you, as a small company from Ghana, why did you decide to join the campaign?
Well, people who were born before yesterday has to do something. And that is, they have been able to impact the world with so many things, and that is what we're benefiting from today. So we also need, as people in the world, to also impact the world today for tomorrow's generation to benefit from. And coupled with this thinking, my desire for fairness and then the personal obligation to always do things fairly, and also how to make this business world a very comfortable place for us to stay and continue to be. These are the conditions that has enticed me to be part of this campaign.
Thank you, Patrick. Yeah. And Patrick, you are on the task force, on the key strategic task force of this campaign. And I remember we discussed, okay, now the campaign is over, what we do forward, no? So what we do with all this information and everything, how we can keep being engaged. And that's where I think UNODC comes in, because you have also a campaign that was partner of our campaign and now keeps running until the end of the year.
Absolutely, and congratulations to Alliance for Integrity. And it is, by chance, also the 20th anniversary of the entry into force of the UN's Convention Against Corruption, for which UNODC is, of course, the guardian. And this is where our entry point is, right? We work together on this from the very beginning. UNODC has been supporter and partner with the Alliance. But I think I have a slide to go on the screen. And I'll say why, because there's lots of numbers. Numbers are rather boring to read, but if you look at them, they're quite impressive. What is the idea? The idea behind this project is really to foster ethical decision-making in the private sector. And we do this by equipping future business leaders, so students, with ethical mindsets at the start of their careers. We've been doing this since 2020 to 2024. As you can see, the results are quite impressive. This is the Global Integrity Education was implemented in Kenya, Mexico, and Pakistan on the Siemens Integrity Initiative. And I think, you know, it goes without saying, reaching out before the damage is done, if you wish, entering in with a clear mind and understanding of what you're about to encounter means that you can actually make a difference from the very beginning. I do want to highlight that these the modules that have been used are actually available on UNODC's website. They're part of the University Integrity, Ethics, and Anti-Corruption program that we have on our Global Resource for Anti-Corruption Education and Youth Empowerment, GRACE. And they're free to download. They're free of charge. They come with nice little packets of instructions for university lecturers and others. And they have been adapted to also apply in the private sector. So I don't want to go into much more detail. I know that there's a film I hope we will play to just give you a little bit more of a flavor of what this is about. Thank you.
Thank you. Bill? Thank you very much. Thank you, Patrick. Thank you, Jennifer. And thanks to all of you. This is a very inspiring message to be with youth together for integrity. And now we go to have lunch. So please follow my colleagues because it's in a very nice room that the OECD made available for us in the chateau. And those who won an award, please stay for a picture. If you won an award, you have to wait for lunch a little bit. And then you can follow my colleagues on the back that will show you where in the chateau the lunches. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Energized for the afternoon. Great to have you back. All right. I guess more and more will join us now for the afternoon session. So again, welcome back, and a warm welcome also for those following us online. It's quite a community. I'm Sebastian Schmitz, and I'm working for the sector program Anti-Corruption and Integrity. I'm the regional manager Europe for the Alliance for Integrity. And I'm also the anti-corruption focal point for the UN Global Compact Network Germany. So a long title, and I'm happy that I only have one first name, so it makes it easier for you to follow. While you still accommodate and get your seats, I would just get into some logistical stuff for the second half of the event, and want to remind you of some important information. So in the morning, you've already heard that we want to hear your views on the last 10 years and for the next 10 years. So you can use menti.com, use the QR code and give your message for the future of business integrity there. And you can find the code also in our stand outside, just in front of the doors. Also, be still alert that the Voices Against Corruption podcast hosts, which the Alliance for Integrity is partnering with, will collect ideas and suggestions from the conference participants. So they will be around. But again, as we said in the morning, you don't have to worry that you will appear in tomorrow's media. It's just to gather ideas for future podcasts. So I guess it's an exciting chance. So you're invited to contribute. And again, please share your impressions and pictures on social media using the hashtag AFIN, capital letter A, capital I, GC 2025. For the questions on the Impulse Talks and later also for the workshop, you can use Pigeon. So there you can submit your questions directly and anonymously to the speakers. So also for this, please scan the code or enter the code displayed on the screen. And it's also available in the key areas, also on the stand. And also for those online, just open a new tab or screen so you can still see us and enter the code there. Okay, so I guess now we get into business for the second half. And we will move now forward to our Impulse inputs of the day. So first, we want to approach the topic of measuring integrity with the slot, A Mission Impossible, measuring the culture of integrity in companies. So for this, as a first speaker, we invite Nicolas Haché, from Head of the Public Policy and Regional Programs and Head of Access to Remedy from the OECD to the stage.
Great. Good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to be with you today for this important milestone. 10 years of the Alliance for Integrity and 10 years of companies stepping up to lead on integrity. Happy anniversary and sincere congratulations to all involved on this important work. So I was asked, Sebastian said, to speak about measuring the culture of integrity. So thank you for inviting me to speak on such an easy topic, because indeed it may seem like mission impossible. how can we measure something as elusive, intangible, and yet essential as a culture of integrity, especially in companies? So the short answer is, I don't think it's mission impossible necessarily, but it's certainly a mission that requires new thinking, new tools, and above all, bold leadership. So how do we go about this at the OECD? So at the OECD, it's no secret, we believe in the transformative power of standards. At the OECD Center for Responsible Business Conduct, where I work, our standard for corporate integrity is the OECD Guidelines for Multinational Enterprises on Responsible Business Conduct. It's through this standard that we recognize and that we promote corporate culture. So for those of you who are not familiar with the guidelines, there are a set of recommendations from governments to business on how to be sustainable by addressing negative impact in companies' own operations and in their supply chains through a process that we call due diligence. The guidelines are one of the first instruments ever adopted on responsible business conduct. It was adopted in 1976. So next year, it will turn 50, and we'll also have our own anniversary celebration. But rest assured, we're not using a 50-year-old software to compute the solutions to the challenges of today. The guidelines are regularly being updated to stay ahead of the curve, and they had their latest makeover in 2023. The guidelines are a very comprehensive instrument. They cover what responsible business conduct looks like across 9 thematic areas, including human rights, labor, environment, and of course, integrity. More in particular, our approach to integrity is through a chapter of the guidelines, which is related to combating corruption and bribery. This chapter refers to the leading international standards, such as the OECD Anti-Bribery Convention and the UN Convention Against Corruption. The chapter specifically recommends that enterprises foster a culture of integrity through management systems, internal controls, ethics, and compliance programs. So culture of integrity is really integral to responsible business conduct. The guidelines also seek to promote transparency and integrity in companies' lobbying activities by recommending that corporate lobbying activities be consistent with commitments and goals on matters covered by the guidelines, including, like I said earlier, environment, human rights, labor, etc. The guidelines are also equipped with national implementation bodies for more effectiveness. Those are the national contact points for responsible business conduct, which are in charge of promoting the guidelines and also to act as a non-judicial grievance mechanism on any issue related to the implementation of the guidelines. So to date, our work has focused primarily on building this international consensus on a frame of reference on responsible business conduct for companies and stakeholders. It's been a huge effort, but it's worked well to the extent that the guidelines are now being referenced in an increasing number of regulations around the world. And in fact, 75% of all OECD member countries have legislation in place that reference the guidelines. But now I get to the measurement question. How is this making a difference? Are the guidelines being taken up? Are they being implemented? And what kind of progress are they delivering? In other words, is corporate culture changing in a way that contributes to sustainability and integrity? This question has, of course, always been on our minds, but at this moment, when responsible business conduct is gaining traction as a key aspect of the just transition, we have to redouble our efforts to measure its contribution and fine-tune our action where necessary. So I'm quite happy, in fact, that you're also putting this question on the table. And I'd like to present to you where we are for inspiration or for critique in our effort to measure responsible business conduct. So if you follow sustainability, and if you're here, I assume that, that you do, you will know that there's already quite a bit of data and measurement available on these questions. In fact, according to the OECD's 2024 Corporate Sustainability Report, companies representing 86% of the global market capitalization disclosed sustainability-related information. So a lot of information, but however, only about 14% of such reports were partially or fully verified under reasonable assurance, and they have been using various reporting standards so that comparability across reports is rendered difficult. Now, hopefully, the quality and standardization of this reporting should improve as new reporting frameworks are being adopted by governments around the world. Just last week, Monday, the OECD hosted the inaugural meeting of the Inclusive Platform on Due Diligence Policy Cooperation, where 60 governments from around the world met to discuss sustainability regulations and standards, and the very challenge of ensuring the interoperability of sustainability reporting frameworks was a big topic, if not the biggest one. As you know, in the financial industry as well, there's an increasing demand for directing investments towards responsible companies by applying environmental, social, and governance criteria to investment decisions. But what are so-called ESG ratings really measuring? At the OECD Center for RBC, we have reviewed over 2,000 metrics from 8 leading ESG rating products, and we found 4 things. 1, 68% of all metrics measure company policies and activities rather than outcomes, so they're not necessarily measuring change on the ground. 2, what ESG measures in terms of actual issues is not consistent. For example, in relation to integrity, the issue of corruption is barely covered in some products and entirely omitted in others. 3, when covered, a topic is usually measured in different ways across products. For example, the number of metrics used to measure corporate governance ranges from 4 metrics in one product to 113 metrics in another. And 4, these metrics almost never measure whether a company does proper due diligence under the guidelines. So there's barely any measure of method or culture. So these examples of recent OECD work show us that the trust we can place in these measurements providing an accurate picture of the reality is not yet 100%. There's therefore still quite some work to do to ensure that reporting ratings and data really do allow us to measure actual improvements in sustainability and integrity. So last month, the RBC Center released an initial paper presenting our own measurement and evaluation framework aimed to measure change at company level, but also on broader society and environmental level, hoping that this model could contribute to demonstrating our contribution to improved company culture. So this paper is focused on the garment sector and on labor impacts, but the model could be replicated for other sectors and issues such as integrity. And the approach is articulated around the theory of change, which you can see on the slide and in the report. And this theory of change tracks shifts in what we call uptake, are companies using and implementing standards, and then impacts what change derives from uptake, and how these can then translate into better outcomes for people, society, and the planet. For all of these, we've identified a range of indicators which would now need to be complemented and tracked, although, of course, the challenge is always to demonstrate causality between uptake, impacts, and outcomes. So this is a long-running project, but it really does connect with broader trends in sustainability measurement that we're seeing and which materialize as a shift from really box ticking to impact, including on integrity and corruption issues. And I encourage you to read the OECD's 2024 report on companies' assessments of anti-corruption compliance for a good example. So I'll conclude by saying that this shift from measuring inputs to measuring impact is crucial, is critical, and that the credibility of discourse on integrity and sustainability largely depends on it. And I encourage all of you to embrace this shift, notably through the generation, verification, and publication of accurate data, and the adoption of leading measurement frameworks that faithfully account for progress towards a culture of integrity. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. And giving us the impression that measuring integrity is actually possible. So now we want to hear a more practical example as well to follow our path. And I invite you, Maria de la Mercedes Achimbal, Chief Compliance Officer of YPF, to the stage. Welcome.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Thanks of all. First of all, sorry, I want to express my gratitude to Alliance for Integrity for having me here this afternoon on such a special occasion as their 10th year anniversary. Then going to the subject of this afternoon conversation, while I was preparing for the conversation, I was thinking, okay, what should be the first questions that you would ask from the private sector as an organization regarding an integrity culture and how to build that integrity culture, right? And so first thing that came to my mind was, is there a definition of integrity culture? Is there a set definition? Would we go to a book and say, okay, this is an integrity culture? The second thing was, is there a one-size-fits-all definition in case there is one? And the third one was, okay, is this a one-shot thing or is this something that takes some time, it's dynamic, we should work on every day? And so to the first question, my first answer was no, there's no one definition of integrity culture that is going to be or to depend on the character of the company, the sector of the company, the maturity of the company. So, okay, we could agree that we could somehow say it's the way we develop our business, right? It's each company has a what, and that's the core business of the company. And I would say that the integrity culture is the how we do it. And this has changed along the years. Now companies are also being held accountable, not only for what they do or not only for the profit that what they do, but by how they do it. So this how is the integrity culture of the company. The second question, is there a one-size-fits-all? The answer is definitely no. Each company is going to have its own culture of integrity, and it should be that way because each company, each organization, whether public sector, whether private sector, is a different one. They have different maturity stages, they have different risk exposures. So no, there's no one-size-fits-all. And of course, it's not a one-shot thing. It's something that we build. We start one day and we never end, right? So those were the first three things that I thought of when I started thinking about this afternoon's highlights. Second thing is, okay, but compliance has, I mean, it's no longer something regulatory. It's not just the regulation that says something, but it has gone beyond that. And we've heard the World Economic Forum saying we're going to integrity beyond compliance. So we do not have to think only about the regulation or the internal policies of the company, because we don't want our employees or the people that make the company to only comply because there's a regulation. We want them to do it because they strongly believe that is the only way we can develop our business. So we are talking about something that goes beyond the regulation, beyond a law or a norm, and it has to do with the engagement, with the aspirations, with the values of such people. So you have to build on that and work on that as an organization for that integrity culture to be strong and be robust and be sound, okay? And thinking about that, I also came across two very important attributes about that that I think that are key for a company success in these terms. One is awareness, and the other one is understanding. Awareness, we need our people to know what we are doing, to know what's the essence of the conduct that we are asking them to comply, and to understand why it is that the company is asking them to do that and to behave that way, and why the company thinks that that behavior is good, is correct. Okay, so that is directly linked to the mission and the vision of the company. And that said, I would pinpoint 5 other pillars that I think that are key into in order to develop a strong compliance culture. First of all, it's, as I said, okay, work on the regulation, but work on the values. I mean, at the end of the day, we are going to behave or to comply because those conducts are similar, or we agree that those values, we also respect them. So that is key. not just the regulation, but also on the values, the mission, the vision of the company, of that organization, the DNA of that organization, right? Second, lead by example. And the compliance function in that way, we have to set the example. We are the first ones that are going to be looked, we are going to be held accountable. So it doesn't matter whether you are the chief compliance officer, whether you are another member of the team, we always have to set the example. And it doesn't matter in the company what's your place in the structures, we all have to be integrity champions. The third pillar that I came across is tone from the top and the engagement from the top. That is also key, because not only they are also going to be looked after as examples, but that's the message the organization is sending. If the CEO, if the VPs, if top management do comply with the code of ethics, and if they live that code of ethics and the policies, then the rest of the organization is going to understand that that is important for the organization, then they are going to do exactly the same, and they're going to make the code of ethics and the policies an everyday guideline for the activity that they do at the company. Last but not least, there's a very important, and I believe this is key as well, it's trainings. And if you were here the last few days here at GASIF, many panels talked about trainings and communications and the importance of communications in companies. Okay, so by trainings, you tell the people what's the vision and the mission of the company. You talk about the code of ethics, you talk about the policies that complement the code of ethics, and you explain those guys what you want them to do and what is not allowed to do. Of course, when you teach, and there's great value added from teaching, and communicating and training are key, but as well, you have to be, there's a concern here because you don't speak to the board of the company in the same way as you speak to the guys at the operations. So you have to be, there's adaptability and flexibility that you need to apply so that the message is effective in the board of the company and in the operations. And as I said, last but not least, communication is key, because by communicating, there's two aspects of communication. The first one is you bring to the other people what the compliance function is. You tell them what you do so that they can understand. And I'm going back to what I said before about awareness and understanding, so that they understand why you are there, why the compliance function is there, and why that is important for your company. And on the other hand, you also talk about the expectations. What's the company expecting from you? How you expect, or how the company expects you to behave, right? And so if you're doing at least some of these things, some of these 5 things that I mentioned, I can assure you that you will be building bridges with the people that work in your company, and they will come to you, they will talk to you, they will ask you about the compliance program, they will report if they know any breach of the code of ethics. And that said, then it's not a mission impossible to build a compliance culture. And just to finish, my friend Silvina mentioned this or asked some questions this morning in a previous panel, and I'm going to state the answers. It's us, and it's now that we have to do it. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I mean, what we have heard now is that measuring is possible and that we have to communicate it. So as some of you might have already noticed, this slot was a little bit inspired by our new publication. It's a practical guide for measuring integrity culture in companies. And we developed it together with the UN Global Compact Network Germany and TI Germany, and it will be launched soon. So if you walk to the stand, you will find the flyers of the publication. And for more information, you can always contact Christoph Kowalewski over there in the middle, or me. So please go ahead and contact us. We are happy to provide you with more information on that matter. So continuing with our agenda, we now begin the impulses on the session Advancing ESG through Anti-Corruption Strategies. And shortly for this, we invite Mark Piet, founder and former president of the Basel Institute on Governance and member of the advisory board, to the stage.
Well, dear colleagues, dear friends, excuse me. Thank you very much again for this invitation to the birthday party. Could be a nice event. You'll see it's going to be a bit of a mixed event. I would like to use my 15 minutes to talk about the relationship between the wider anti-corruption topic on the one hand and ESG, the topic that you've been hearing about just a moment ago, if you want, about a broad concept of integrity, a broad reading of integrity. That is going to be my topic. And I'm going to use it by exemplifying it with concrete experiences that I've made myself, starting with mining and starting particularly with gold mining. I've actually brought a book along. I'll leave it with Carolina afterwards. This book on gold laundering. It's all about gold mining and the challenges. If we stay there for a moment, you probably know there is artisanal gold mining and there is industrial gold mining. I think we are pretty familiar with the problems of artisanal mining, the type of mining that poor people do for a survival, but it goes hand in hand with very severe environmental problems, illegal logging, possibly also the widespread use of mercury. Take the Amazonia experience. That is what I think is one of the big problems. We also encounter child labor, forced prostitution, or slavery in general. And there is also a wider dimension of violence, organized crime, for instance, in many countries in Latin America, or even civil war. I'm thinking here specifically of East Congo now at the moment, and Sudan. In my book, I did a few visits to some of these hotspots. I went to 5,500 meters height in the southern Peruvian Andes to a place called La Rinconada. And La Rinconada is probably the worst place you can go, reminding of Sacramento in 1880 or so. It's imagine 50,000 miners living in in tin shacks, no heating, no salary except for 3 days allowed to take out possibly or hopefully gold-contained rocks and using them to generate gold. At the same time, these people are working under the conditions of a kind of a casino capitalism. Everybody against everybody, and everybody is armed. It's not organized crime, it's informal, but it's very dangerous, and it also goes hand in hand with trafficking in women. So there are about 4,000 or 5,000 forced prostitutes, many of them 13 years old. Imagine the situation. And you can actually go there and you see it. I mean, I don't know why the government does not go there and not see it. Anyway, I'll leave this example. One can read more about it in books. There is, of course, industrial gold mining, and everybody thinks, yeah, that's much better. That's where I'm going to get my wedding ring. I'm sorry, it's not so much better. Because industrial mining, you have to there think of corruption in particular. Minerals and mining, also oil and gas and so on, are usually very closely linked to bribery, simply because corporations need to obtain their mining rights, and very frequently the places where you get the gold are in very weakly governed states, typically in Africa or in some places in Latin America. So you bribe in order to get the mining rights. you need corporations, corrupt elites, and financial centers. It's the usual triangle that we've seen all along and all the time. And I think, you know, when we talk about ESG, we shouldn't just talk about the nice things we're doing to prevent corruption. We have to, first of all, face the issue and see how it happens. Now, these large-scale industrial mines, they also have very serious environmental consequences. I've seen massive mountains of tailings in South Africa, the stuff that comes out of the ground and is left there. It contains radium because it's not what you find at the surface, but it goes down 4,000 meters. You have arsenic in pools that is captured because they use arsenic or not mercury to extract the gold. And finally, you have something called toxic mine drainage. That is rainwater pouring into disused mines and then overflowing and spreading all over the area. And it is toxic. Land grabbing is something else that goes along with large-scale mining. And there I have another example. I'm going to Tanzania with you, to North Mara mine, a mine now owned by Barrick Mining. They enrolled the help of the official police to secure the perimeter. And the people who have been formerly owning the place, they climb over the fence to get the stones to extract gold. They do what they always did, and then they get shot at, and sometimes they get killed. People know this, and the way I got to this case was that neither the mine nor the refinery taking all the gold, nor the certifier cares a bit about this. And I've been asked to get involved in a law case against the certifier for 2 killings. That's an interesting case, whether we can build the bridge and go after the certification agency. Okay, moving on. Now, gold is just one element of the supply chain problem. And I think Alliance for Integrity is fostering integrity in global supply chains. I think that's a very good idea. My next example is textiles. And I think we can learn a lot from what has happened in textiles. My example here is I went to Uzbekistan, where child labor was so prevalent that most everybody started boycotting the cotton produce of Uzbekistan. In 2016, there was a total boycott. No jeans produced with cotton from Uzbekistan. And interestingly, they managed to do away with child labor. And I think that's really impressive. Now, of course, let's not overdo it. If you go there, there's a lot of other problems, like what you do with the sewage, or what you do with toxic products that are used. And there's, the people don't wear protective gear when applying toxic products to our jeans. They shouldn't actually do that anyhow, but it is done. So there's still problems, and there's still fertilizers used that are in tendency dangerous. But I think one has to be clear that ESG is a moving target. Things happen, things change, and I think that's really encouraging. And that's also the lesson we have to learn from 10 years past, and where are we going with Alliance for Integrity. Now, I have learned that, on going back to gold just for a moment, you can actually source gold in a more or less safe way. It doesn't look nice, of course. Gold mines never look nice, but it can be done in a way that doesn't harm people, and it can be done in a way that, for instance, involves the local community in a kind of a cooperative. It gives women a role in the supply chain, not being merely degraded to being prostitutes. And these kind of gold mines, they can be certified again. They have all sorts of certificates that you can read if you go to your local jeweler. It says Fairmined, Max Havelaar, ARM, that's Alliance for Responsible Mining, whatnot. So you can actually get clean gold if you want. Same thing with cotton. You can buy biological cotton. And luckily, it's 1% so far of the world cotton that is biological, but we're getting there. So you have examples of how to make ESG work. I've had a different experience in a very, very difficult environment. I wrote a book on shipping and the challenges of merchant shipping. And the really dirty end is when ships are being scrapped, when they are being recycled. And then you go to Bangladesh, India, or Pakistan, and you go to a yard on a beach where the ship is driven onto the beach and then cut to pieces with all the dirt falling into the water and sometimes hitting somebody who's standing there. It's extremely dangerous and extremely toxic. And nevertheless, you have, let's be realistic, you have 15, 20,000 people with no protective gear standing on a ship, cutting a piece off, and suddenly you see half a tanker coming down towards you. It's really impressive. My aim was to see, can you do it in a way that is not super dangerous and super dirty? You can actually. People are trying to make an effort. The challenge is that our shipping owners or ship owners, they want to get as much out of the scrap metal. And if you do that, then the person who will actually pay for the metal will do minimum, fulfill minimum requirements. Then they're able to pay a lot. So you can actually deduct directly from how much you get per ton, how bad the circumstances are. Again, interestingly enough, a London court has used that and said, you knew with $400 a ton that you were getting into serious difficulties. Now I'm being called to attention, and that is just as well. I'm coming to my last topic, ESG under pressure. Let's face it, and I think you've been saying it very clearly for earlier on, both countries involved in warfare or rogue administrations encourage business entities to undercut standards, to bribe, to make their country great again. Well, what is this about? It's, I think, for a new form of imperialism. Now, of course, you followed the sequence of the Trump decisions, staying FCPA implementation, staying enforcement of corporate transparency, disbanding kleptocracy task force, one decision a day. First, we laughed and said, hey, this is a bad joke. In this house, I've spent 24 years in internationalizing the Foreign Corrupt Practices Act, telling the French it's the end of bribing now. And they said, for God's sake, we've promised. Can we carry on the old contracts? And things like that. We've been pushing it down their throat. And now suddenly somebody comes and says, oh, sorry, it's been a mistake. We need bribery to compete. And we've always been saying, no, it's the other way around. Now, it's true, we've heard some companies don't bribe because they're convinced, and some companies simply don't bribe because they are afraid of sanctions. Those who are just afraid of sanctions, they're kind of let off the hook. So what I'm seeing is, well, this all is the consequence of democratic voters inviting the mafia to the helm. Now, the question is, what do we do in the next 10 years? And here, Alliance for Integrity has a very tough role. You have to develop a hard edge. You are part of a move to stop that. For me, as a criminal lawyer, it's quite encouraging that on the 20th of March, actually the Attorney Generals of France, UK, and Switzerland stood up and said, we form an alliance, task force they called it, and we will go after companies. They didn't say American companies, but it was clear what was meant. Anyway, let us not get suppressed. Let's carry on. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. We have been now given so many examples that it's hard for me to pick one. So I will just pass on your question, what do we do? And for that, we keep hearing some business examples and now invite Dalma Parisi, General Counsel, South America and Government Affairs and Sustainability for Siemens, to the stage.
Well, it's not an easy task, right? Many challenges. Yeah. I mean, I was quite touched by what you said regarding a lot of industries that are having several challenges. And I was thinking, okay, this is something that is there, right? I mean, the industrial development, of course, has some contingencies. So how do we tackle them? And so that's what I'm trying, or I will try to address now. Since ages, we have been working, at least at Siemens, on our sustainability strategy. We were already on a sustainability path, but like 5 years ago, we decided, I mean, assessing the company, you know, we are a worldwide company, industrial company with like several verticals. And so when we started assessing what we were doing as an organization, we realized that different departments, P&O, compliance, legal, AHS, when I say P&O in Siemens is human resources, right? The businesses, everybody was doing something. And so how can we channel those efforts in order to have like a better, let's say, outcome? And so we came out with a very, I would say, cool, and you will going to repeat that because I mean, I really need you to be my sponsor, but we developed a strategy called Degree, like the degrees that we need to fight climate change, right? I mean, we are all here because we know that climate change is an issue, is a problem. And so just to give you a hint, Siemens was the first industrial company that in 2015 committed to the net zero emissions to 2030. And so at that time, when we as a company stated out loud, okay, we are going to be net zero by 2030, I mean, there were a lot of companies who did the same, right? I mean, but it was a huge challenge for us because we have factories, we have operations, and how you decarbonize your own operations, right? How do you make it work? Because before going outside to the customer suppliers, to the private sector, the public sectors, etc., you need to clean your own house, basically. And so when we started thinking about Degree, it was also another challenge that you mentioned. Is not only about environment. It's much more broader. I mean, we are talking about decarbonization, of course, that is something that we all know. We have several examples of situations that are basically we see in every country that climate change is a situation. So decarbonization is something that we need to address. But also ethics, how we run our operations, how we make the ethical decision-making process. Do we have an ethical decision process? Do we foster trust within the company? And how are we doing it with the private and the public sector? Do we articulate those efforts? Do we use the NGOs in order to have a better understanding of what is really going on the society. What is the real challenge, or what is the real outcome that we want to get from fostering ethics? What we want really is to have a positive impact on societies at the end of the day. Everybody wants to have productive and profitable and efficient companies, right? I mean, that's a fact. But also we all want to have, like Siemens, 178 years. So we always say, but actually that's something that my CEO says all the time, the CEO from South America, that we are a startup of 178 years. Because every 2-3 years, we are trying to change and to do something different. Also, always thinking about innovation and always having in mind that in the center of everything is human being, and that we need to impact positively society. So coming back to degree, we have decarbonization, ethics. The G is for governance. I mean, if you don't have a state-of-the-art governance for responsible business conduct regarding suppliers, regarding customers, and also to understand how you are going to really do businesses, it's not easy to let's say, to have a proper sustainability journey. And then in resource, then we have the R from degree. It would be much easier with a slide. I'm so sorry for that, because now you have to remember, but that will keep you awake. The R is for resource efficiency. And when resource efficiency came out, it's like we are talking about circularity, dematerialization, biodiversity, a lot of things that are also a huge challenge for the industry. Why? Because, I mean, we know even in your houses, you have a lot of waste and a lot of things that you need to think on how are you going to reuse that, or what are we going to do at the end of the day with all the waste that we have. There are several studies that I'm not going to address now because it's going to be forever. But I mean, this is something that we should be concerned about. Then we have the two layers, thank God, 2 more E's, and that's it. We have equity. And when we talk about equity, we are talking about diversity and inclusion. Yeah. And so in every time we think about equity, it's not only about female positions in management. That is something that we have. For example, we have a super wonderful example in South America. Most, that 50% of the leadership positions are in the hands of female leaders. And this is great. But this is something that happened naturally in the company. It's not always so easy. So in those places or regions where this is not happening in a, let's say, fluid way, we are proactively having like a 30% quota, trying to push people to have, like, let's say, a mindset, a growth mindset of empowering women, empowering female leaders on being on the position that they could be, okay? They should be, or they could be, actually. And the last E is employability. Everything that I have said is impossible if you don't have the talents and the resources and the people. If you don't foster a culture when people really feel empowered and they feel that they have they can speak their mind, they can raise their hand and talk about what is going on in the company. So leaving aside the fact that this is driving innovation and changes in the company, because we have people with, it's not my case, but we have super smart people with huge ideas in order to solve a lot of problems that we basically have in the industry, in all the verticals. Mining, you were talking about mining, the mining industry, the textile industry, copper, lithium. I mean, when we talk about copper, lithium, and this type of critical raw materials, they are required for the energy transition. I mean, we need to use them, but the thing is that we need to use them in a rational way, in an efficient way, optimizing the resources and not wasting everything and doing, let's say, grabbing the resource and drying up, let's say, the whole, and that's it. That was the old way, okay? So, but you have chemicals, food and bev. I mean, in every vertical of the industry, you will find that you need, of course, people talking, people innovating, people doing changes or making it happen. And so in order to do that, what we do at Siemens is we empower people, first of all. We are a large company. We have more legal entities than the UN. I mean, we have more presence than the UN in the world. And we have like for example, we have a place, a platform where you can learn whatever you want. It's called My Learning. And so we foster all the time, and we try to strive people to train, to make their own trainings, to have, I mean, to be, let's say, not only empowered, but also to have, let's say, a growth mindset. And so having said all that, and I know that I'm running out of time, don't worry. And coming back to the first question, how do we use the ethics, why ethics is so important? I mean, why I told you about the sustainability or the degree strategy that we have at Siemens. Because ethics is not something that you do alone. And the same happens with sustainability. It's not a solo journey. I mean, it's something that you need to do collectively. If the private sector does a lot of effort in one country or in one place or whatever, and it's not articulated with the public sector and with the rest of the society, the change is not going to happen. And the change, from my perspective, is start at home with little nudges, little changes that we need to implement. So I really recommend, and with this I'm going to end. There's a guide that I really like that is called the UN Guide for the Lazy Person. That is something that, from my perspective, is great, because it's basically what can you do at home in order to be more sustainable? Are you really doing it? So I will challenge all of you to read that guideline if you can, and see if you are trying to make the change happen at your place, okay? Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have heard now many practical examples and inspirations, and now is the time for you to get your minds into designing the future of business integrity. Maybe you have some ideas for lazy persons as well, and you will have the chance to do that in 3 workshops. So workshop 1, in cooperation with the OECD, is about harnessing the potential of collective action, advancing gender mainstreaming in anti-corruption and combating foreign bribery. Workshop 2, in cooperation with the M40 Business Social Compliance Initiative, is about integrating business integrity and human rights due diligence, a path to responsible business conduct. And workshop 3, in cooperation with the Responsible Business Help Desk, is about enhancing integrity in the mining sector, a multi-stakeholder approach. So, those interested in joining workshop 1 on gender mainstreaming, please follow my colleague Elena. She's over there with the sign. Those interested in joining the integrity in the mining sector workshop, we ask you to follow my colleague Daniel. Dani, he's over there in the back. And if you want to participate in the human rights workshop, you can just stay here. For those following us at home or in the office, you can join the gender mainstreaming workshop via Zoom. You have already registered for the conference and received an email, including the link for the online participation. Or you can look at the Alliance for Integrity webpage, and at the agenda of the conference, there's a little box in the workshop slot where you can find the registration for Zoom. And if you want to lean back at home, this event here in the auditorium will be live streamed, so just stay tuned. We will be back here in 90 minutes. Yeah. And please join us also for the end events after the workshop. So we will be back here in the auditorium, and we also want to have as many of you as possible here for a final group picture at 4:30. So see you later.
to everybody who stayed. Whoop. Equipment damage. Good afternoon. Hi. Please get comfortable. Grab a water or a coffee, or maybe you already did that. Let's get our first breakout session started. I mean, the breakout session happening in this room. So, hi everyone, my name is Ivan Kantardzijski. I'm an advisor working for Team Europe Democracy Network. We're a network of 14 EU member states and over 130 civil society organizations working to protect and defend democracy in partner countries. And really thankful, we're very thankful for the Alliance for Integrity inviting us to facilitate this session, which I promise you will be an excellent one. So the title of the workshop for the interested people here, it's Integrating Business Integrity and Human Rights Due Diligence, a Path to Responsible Business Conduct. And we have, as part of it, a keynote address. We have a little interview giving the broad picture of the entire issue, and then we have specific examples from people working in the field for you. So it's everything from the overall objective to the minute detail of practical experience, which is, I hope, ideal for anybody interested in this very essential topic. I won't bore you with because we have keynotes, we will have great input. I won't do a pitch to sell you why human rights due diligence is in general important. If you think human rights are not important, maybe you're in the wrong building. You can it might be the wrong event. Yeah, but I believe we're all on the same page, but on why we need to do it, but how we will do it, and the obstacles down the road, that's quite essential. Little words on why I'm very happy to represent Team Europe Democracy here. We find I actually facilitate the working group on anti-corruption accountability. Member states such as Germany, Sweden, and France have been quite active supporting this work stream. We're trying to drive the topic across all portfolios of development cooperation. And so when I announced the network, you might have all noticed that private sector is not mentioned. So we don't have a direct access to private sector, but we hope through events like this and networks like AFI that we can bring everyone together and have private sector voices in this drive to have anti-corruption in broader development cooperation. So it's a start, I hope, of a nice, fruitful cooperation. And I invite you all to also exchange with us if you have interest in general topics. With Carolina and the colleagues, we'll share more details in the months to come. But not to go too long for housekeeping items, I think we're all good. Everybody will speak English, so there's no need for translation on that side. If you need translation in the other languages to follow, the equipment is right near the entrance. To give us the... No, there's no... Okay. Oh, then apologies, no interpretation, everything's in English. So yeah, again, maybe you might be in the program. No, I'm joking. So wonderful. To kick things off, we have first to start with a keynote, we have Mrs. Linda Kromjong, the president of Amfori, who's collaborating with Alliance for Integrity in organizing the session. She's a thought leader in compliance and corporate responsibility. She's an advocate for human rights and will outline the synergies between the fight for integrity and fight for human rights, because the cross-section is much broader than we think. So Mrs. Kromjong, welcome to the stage.
And if all is okay, there's also some slides that will be pulled up, correct? Well, thank you very much. Well, also let me start with happy birthday. Normally we would sing, I'm not a good singer, and teenagers also would hate that, so let's skip that part here. Let me wait for the slides to come. I can use the clicker. I think that was a sign. A few seconds always take long if you're waiting, isn't it? Yeah. There they are coming. Absolutely. Thank you very much for putting them on. Well, good afternoon, everyone. It's really a pleasure of being here today and really engage with you in this important conversation. As already said, it's about the intersection of business integrity and human rights due diligence. My name is Linda Kromjong. I have the honor and the pleasure to represent Amfori, a business association committed to advancing a responsible trade and sustainable supply chains. And collectively with our 2,400 members, we want to advance and have a positive impact on the supply chain if we talk about environmental, labor, and human rights. I have been here the entire day. I think it's very interesting. And I think it's really part of this larger effort to say that integrity and compliance is not something for governments. I think that's been clear. There's also a role to play for businesses. And it's not only about complying with regulation, as been said before, it is really also about fostering a culture of integrity, transparency, and respect for human rights. Always mentioned as well, the OECD framework for responsible business conduct provides really essential guidelines for integrated compliance with human rights due diligence. However, we will need to make sure that businesses effectively implement these guidelines, and that is not easy. It really, really remains a challenge, often because of limited resources, sometimes competing priorities, sometimes just not being enough aware. There still needs to be a lot of learning and fragmented approaches, and that is what we're going to explore today. But integrity starts with yourself. It starts within me, within Amfori. So let me give you one example about what we do. I always very appreciate if new members join, but sometimes I also take decisions after we have gone through a thorough process to suspend and ultimately terminate members if they do engage within Amfori and unethical behavior. So we really take integrity very serious here. What I do not demand from our members is being perfect, because no one is perfect, and it's all about continuous improvement and moving forward. When we talk about business integrity and human rights due diligence, those are interconnected. And why is that? Because strong governance and ethical practices, human rights and environmental rights are at risk if we don't have that sense of integrity. And let me share with you an example. And I'm not here to name and shame companies, but I had really the pleasure of providing a lecture at the Zurich University on the Certificate of Advanced Study Program Responsible Business Conduct. And again, here a link with OECD, because that's headed up by Christine Kaufmann. And I was asked to talk and have business cases on management and policy. So really the first step of due diligence here. And one of the case studies that was explored with the students was a case about unethical behavior, about integrity, non-integrity, about corruption, which ultimately led for that specific company to huge fines, and that had to change their integrity culture and focus on it. So yes, there was a culture of improvement. Yes, they fixed the problem. Yes, it cost them a lot of money and their reputation. But what we could see if we were linking integrity and human rights is that that company, despite all of the efforts that it put in really improving the integrity in this culture that they needed to have, that the scores in the corporate human rights benchmark on their human rights performance was still relatively low, because you would have expected better. So I think there is really a strong correlation has been proven. We know that integrated risk management benefits both compliance and protection of rights, because we must ensure that companies proactively address risks rather than reacting to crisis. However, many businesses really struggle with identifying risk beyond their direct operations. It's not easy, especially when they work with complex multi-tier supply chains where visibility is limited. Aligning business integrity with human rights due diligence is a must, because it needs to meet regulatory requirements, also creates a competitive advantage. And I think, I'm a very positive person. We need to look into what are opportunities here. And we don't talk enough about that one, because it's a business opportunity. If you can prove that you have high integrity, if you can prove that you conduct robust due diligence, that is really helps you to advance and be in there for the long term, because it builds trust with consumers and stakeholders, and it strengthens and really, underlines reputation. It reduces your risk related to corruption and possible fines coming from that one, and liabilities, human rights violations, which also are endangering reputation and need a lot of time to get fixed, but also strengthens your resilience in global value chains. And we have seen that companies that already were much further in their path with regards to integrity and robust human rights due diligence. They also performed better and came better out of, for example, the COVID crisis, because they really had the processes and the policies in place to better deal with that in partnership. So what we need to do here, no new information here, we need to overcome the challenges as weak enforcement regulation, lack of supplier engagement, because that's still a reality, but also the need for sector-wide collaboration. If we look into this picture here, and I already spoke about the complexity of supply chain, we will also see there is going to be complexity in regulations. We have the Corporate Sustainability Due Diligence Directive. I say we have, not too sure, the OECD guidelines, but also a lot of national due diligence laws are really pushing companies toward greater accountability. And we need that push, because despite the fact that those legislation are already out there for a longer period in time, that not necessarily has brought all the companies on the globe within, I would say, already this movement about making sure that human rights are being respected, labor rights are being respected, we respect the environment, and do that underpinned with integrity and strong, robust governance. I mentioned already CSDDD, not too sure. And I think for those of you that are already in this field here have probably heard the word omnibus, where it's the attempt of the European Commission to simplify things. I embrace that. Simplifying things is always good, but we are not sure yet where it's going to lead to, whether it is indeed simplification or whether it becomes more complex because there's no certainty. One thing we know for sure is that next week there's going to be a vote to stop the clock, to enable them to move on in a maybe faster process, unclarity yet. But having said that, you know, I'm concerned about omnibus from an Amphori perspective, from a member's perspective, but it shouldn't stop us from doing the right thing, because under the legislation and guidance that's underpinning this legislation is already out there for many, many years. So we know what needs to be done. And it's not only about compliance, it's beyond compliance, it's about really embedding it in your culture and in your corporate strategy. I just want to have a few words with regards to the difficulties about, if you look into due diligence, is about supplier engagement and resilience from suppliers. Suppliers are companies in their own rights. And they also need to adhere to legislation. They also need to meet expectations of their stakeholders, of their governments, but they need help. And legislation is sometimes being perceived, especially in the global south, as being there to drive them out of business. So again, here, we will need to make sure that we talk the same language and also present it to them that this is a business opportunity, that if you understand these concepts, if you have implemented those concepts within your organization, that gives you a better opportunity of doing business outside of your country and really makes you more profitable and sustainable for the long term. And we see many suppliers who have stepped up. I was recently in India and in China also last year, met with suppliers, and those suppliers who already are longer in an exporting supply chain, they understand it. You can see it when you walk around. You can see it how they deal with policies and processes. They can see it when they deal with issues that occur, because there will always be issues. But you can also see it how they apply and implement that moving forward to their suppliers, that they're all going to expect exactly the same thing. And that's what we need. We need this cascading principle moving on. What we also would need is we need to have joint reporting mechanisms. You know, if there is some things not going right, then yes, we will need to move on and make sure there is access to remedy and that people can raise their voice. And that's where we can do really collectively. Let me now move to this one. It's about practicalities, because as introduced, this session is about being practical. So we will have some people really talking about practical solutions here. And solutions need to be actionable, because otherwise, and scalable, because otherwise it's not working. And I just want to really very shortly and briefly focus on 3 topics that are relevant to integrate integrity in human rights due diligence. And the first one is maybe no brainer, but still important, and that's capacity building. Training and resources are essential to really ensure that employees as well as suppliers in the supply chain understand what's expected from them, understand the concepts, understand how it helps them, and how they need to implement these principles. Training efforts are not easy. We need to do that in the local language. We need to take into account the local environment too. And I think also Alliance for Integrity, we saw all those great trainers on stage here that are there in the local language, understand the culture, because that's what we need. But what we also need in capacity building is a long-term commitment between a supplier and their buyer to work together in advancing and progressing and doing better tomorrow. The second important tool that we need is really having effective cross-company grievance mechanisms. Yes, every company has the responsibility to give the opportunity to the workers to raise their voice. Sometimes those tools are not trusted. Sometimes those tools are not very effective in the way they operate. And then there is opportunities to also build grievance mechanisms that go beyond one specific company. And grievance mechanisms should be structured, should be transparent and collaborative. And with the Unfortunately Speak for Change grievance mechanism, we try to help our members, not needing to set up yourselves, but having this collective tool where people can go to if the operational grievance mechanism isn't working. It's not easy because, also for us, the accessibility is an issue. Also for us counts that people need to start trusting the system. Are they really doing something with my concern? But we also need to learn that not all grievances are real grievances. So we also need to give that feedback. If someone is complaining about the food in the canteen, yes, I get it with my hospitality background. That's important, the quality of food, but that's not something that we can have a solution for. So we will push that one back. But the opportunity is there for workers to raise their voice, and that includes all workers because they are in a vulnerable position. And then thirdly is collective action. And collective action, that's what today is all about, us here being in this room, because if we can collaborate, we will enhance supply chain resilience and drive industry-wide change. We will be able to focus our efforts more, use our resources widely, avoid duplication because we have joint audits and share, but also we have a joint code of conduct that is really founded in those international standards and guidelines. It does require, I would say, a good governance structure, a long-term commitment, as well as, I would say, trust among participants. Let me close here now. And integrity is not just about risk avoidance. It's about building trust, repeating myself, accountability and ethical leadership, walk the talk, and makes good business sense. So businesses are expected and must make their commitments to human rights, environmental sustainability, and integrity explicit. Put it on paper, share it with everyone, with your workers, with your teams, but also with the outside world, because that is where it starts getting alive. And we must recognize that it's not easy to implement, but also that it's not an effort that will stop tomorrow. It's not a one-off thing. It needs ongoing work and labor. And we all need to do better on that one. So if we learn from each other and push for stronger action, then I think we will make progress faster. And collaboration is key to do that. So I already said joint reporting mechanisms, joint grieving platforms, joint auditing programs, joint code of conducts really do help. But I think first and foremost, it's about dare to challenge and stand up for human rights, stand up for environmental rights, stand up for integrity. And that's why I've put this picture on, because Eleanor Roosevelt did. She stood up. And I think sometimes it's good to remind ourselves, there was one woman in a period that women were maybe not that really recognized and advanced as being leader, but she was a true leader. And she is the founding mother of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights that also includes, say, integrity and compliance. So I think it's sometimes just good to remind ourselves about it just takes one woman or one man. It takes all of us to really move forward. So thank you very much. Hope to have given you a bit of food for thought. And I'm looking forward to the panel discussions who will dive into 3 practical solutions. I'm looking forward to hearing from them. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Kromjong. Very, very uplifting, especially your conclusion. Thank you very much for the lovely words. We go straight away to the next segment, which before we hear the business practice examples, we want to build a bit the context around the implementation of field work from our speakers. And for this, we created an interview. We will try to keep it dynamic and open. We won't take direct questions from audience via microphone, but you have the app with the QR code, the Pigeon app, which pops up from time to time, this QR code on the screen. It will pop up again during the interview. You can put in the question there regarding this specific segment, and then we will give our interviewer the access to this to these questions, so she can post them directly to her speakers. So without further ado, I would like to bring to the stage to have this exchange Mrs. Nomile and Lovyu. She's the Anti-Corruption and Business Integrity Program Officer at the UN Global Compact Network France, from our host country here, the Global Compact. Lovely to have you. We have Mr. Germán Zarama. He's the manager for Latin America and the Caribbean at the OECD Center for Responsible Business Conduct at our hosts, the OECD. So thank you for hosting us, and thank you for your input. And Mrs. Sofia Ocaranza, she's a compliance officer from the company CAP Chile. So we have the business perspective as well. Welcome to the stage, and thank you so much.
Right, hello, can you hear me? Great. Thank you very much, Ivan, and good afternoon to you all. It's an absolute pleasure to be here today. My name is Nomile Ndlovu. I'm as Ivan said, the Anti-Corruption and Business Integrity Officer for UN Global Compact Network France. And I'm really happy to kick off this first interview on the topic today of integrating business integrity and human rights due diligence for a path to responsible business conduct. Just a note, housekeeping note, if it has not been shared beforehand, the translation or interpretation in Spanish will be available soon. Channel 4 in that case, so just a small housekeeping rule. And I'm truly honored to be here to moderate this discussion. Thank you very much to Alliance for Integrity for inviting us as Young Global Compact Network France for this very first partnership on your 10-year birthday. And before we head into the questions I have, just want to set the stage a little bit, although I believe that the previous speaker, Linda, put it very well, so not to repeat too many of the items that she mentioned. Just want to begin by restating that we have, like in the past 10 years, as we're celebrating 10 years of Alliance for Integrity, we've seen growing recognition that business integrity and human rights due diligence are deeply connected. Not to state the obvious, on the one hand, corruption weakens human rights protections and creates environments where abuses can thrive. And on the other hand, strong human rights due diligence mechanisms help mitigate integrity risks and ensure ethical business practices. So in today's discussion, we're going to look at the steps businesses can take to foster integrity, and then the challenges they face and how they can move from compliance to driving a more sustainable change. As Maria said, the how earlier on. We have a really great panel today. So Sofia Ocaranza, if I'm saying it properly, who's the compliance officer for CAP Chile, and Germán Zarama, manager for LATAM here at the OECD for the Center for Responsible Business and Conduct. So I'll start with you first, Germán. Actually, let me step back. As we're here at the OECD and just taking into account the work that you do within the Responsible Business Conduct Unit, I think it would be great to, let's start by setting the stage and hearing from the perspective of, your organization and a global perspective in that case, to know what challenges you've seen in aligning with evolving expectations and standard, including the regulatory developments on due diligence. Yeah, over to you.
Thank you. And I'd like also to start echoing the congratulations to the Alliance for Integrity for its 10-year anniversary. And we're also really, really happy of this strategic alliance we are advancing worldwide, but also with this focus in Latin America currently. And just responding to the question first, I think it's not a secret that we are facing indeed a very critical time for our world. And what is also truly shocking is that despite this broad consensus on the importance of sustainability goals, we are simply not delivering. Just to recall a few numbers, only 12% out of the 17 SDGs and their 169 targets are on track. On a third of these targets, we have either not progressed or are doing worse than in 2015 when the goals were set. Also, out of the global workforce, and this is a very staggering and shocking number, 2 billion workers remain in precarious jobs without social protection. And not to mention on climate change, based on current commitments, we are heading for 2.9 degrees of warming this century. And meanwhile, of course, this is also not a secret, we are facing this geopolitical and geoeconomic fragmentation that are adding costs for business, but also uncertainty for people. So is this an urgent and complex scenario that we believe responsible business conduct is not just a nice to have, but it is like a fundamental precondition to solve the sustainability crisis. We believe that businesses are, of course, a driving force for the economy, and without responsible practices that are embedded in the DNA of the companies, we cannot achieve simply these goals. But what is interesting to see is that despite some occasional backlash, and Linda just mentioned the regulatory landscape in a way, indeed, these developments on regulation continue to accelerate worldwide. Actually, we have 17% of OECD countries that currently have due diligence regulation in place. And beyond this omnibus package of the EU, a recent mapping actually showed and identified that over 100 sustainability regulations are in place globally. But of course, this also creates a very dense and evolving compliance landscape that in the case of Latin America, for instance, brings some particular challenges. And I would like to mention 3 particular obstacles, especially for SMEs in the region. First, navigating this complexity, because many businesses lack clear guidance and clear advice on how to advance these due diligence expectations, making it difficult to comply, of course, considering these multiple international regulations. Second, the limited resources and capacity. I will deep dive a little bit more on this, but over 17% of businesses are currently quoting resource constraints as a key challenge, and particularly for SMEs who often lack dedicated compliance teams or sustainability teams compared to large companies. And third, supply chain leverage, as many companies in the region have limited influence over their suppliers, making it difficult to enforce these expectations. Not to mention that the business landscape in Latin America is composed mainly by SMEs on a 99%. So I will go into more details and numbers on this, but in the meantime, just to leave 2 key takeaways. First, that is very important to prioritize progress over perfection, because we need to understand that due diligence is not about creating unrealistic compliance burdens, but actually it's about continuous improvement, trying to advance on based on and drawing on what we have already. But companies must be incentivized to engage, and in the particular case of Latin America, the message won't be like not penalize, but on the other hand, provide incentives to advance. And second, that we should think on sector-specific solutions. That really matters, because a one-size-fits approach for everyone won't work. So we might need to tailor strategies, especially for these high-risk industries in the region, especially agriculture and, of course, extractives and minerals that are crucial for the economy, but also are the ones that have more complexity in terms of handling these social and environmental issues.
Thank you very much. I think that it's really sets us off in a really, you've covered the SDGs, you've covered the regulatory framework, you've also covered into the data as well in Latin America. But before I get to my second question, I did a little bit of research as well on my end, where I looked at the last business survey by RBC on Latin America and the Caribbean, which dated back to 2021. So of course, looking at the data in 2021, where we're in a post-COVID-19 time where the data was quite maybe different from what you might have today, where I think that 75% of the respondents had, it was a business survey, right, and conducted over 500 companies across Latin America. So 75% of respondents had RBC policies in place, is what I saw, but less than 40% conducted risk assessment or adopted due diligence process, and less than 25% were SMEs who responded to the survey. But now that we're in 2025, for 4 years have passed, we're in a post, we tend to forget that we went through the pandemic, but we are in a post-pandemic era, and with new results from what I understood from a survey you conducted, I would like to now look back at this regional data and see what key data and indicators can you share regarding the challenges faced by SMEs compared to large companies. That's one of the questions, since you just mentioned that on your previous statement that you have a little bit more SMEs that you're able to engage with. So yeah, it would be great to hear from that. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes. Well, actually, as some of you know, we recently indeed conducted a new regional survey across the region, and we collected responses from nearly 700 companies to better understand where they are standing in terms of these challenges, especially aligned with sustainability standards and due diligence more specifically. So this is just a preview, because we are in fact starting to analyze the results. But while we advance in this analytical stage, I would like to share some very telling preliminary findings. First, when we asked companies about the biggest barriers to implement due diligence processes across the region, there could be 5 main challenges that we can recap. First, there is a lack of clear guidance on due diligence expectations, as I announced earlier, and more than a third of the responded companies address this as a big issue, especially for those that it's kind of a new topic, talk about due diligence and move from the classic concept of the corporate social responsibility and now starting to the technical aspects of due diligence. So a lot of companies are struggling to understand what is required from them to comply. Second, lack of resources to effectively conduct these due diligence processes. And again, particularly for SMEs, there are no financial or human resources that could limit their capacity and ability to fully integrate these processes into their operations. Third, the complexity of these standards. We talked about more than 100 regulations in place. So this regulatory landscape across different jurisdictions and supply chains is causing, of course, some challenging for companies in the region to align with very various expectations. Fourth, the fact that it's difficult in some companies to create the internal buy-in, within the enterprise itself. So even when there are external pressures, some companies believe that is still difficult, to kind of sell the agenda internally in the companies. And fifth, the limited leverage to affect change the behavior in their suppliers. As many companies, especially this happens for SMEs, find it difficult to have a leverage and influence in their direct supplies and enforce complying to the supply chain. And coming specifically when we talk about challenges for SMEs, we are seeing that indeed, the lack of resources is like the main silent issue, but also seeing the opportunity to leverage on sustainability initiatives, multi-stakeholder initiatives, and of course the role of international organizations, but also at the local level, for instance, chambers of commerce that are providing to serve as very useful avenues to help companies on a more industry approach. And also we're seeing that there is definitely a need to provide more clear guidance and practical tools and resources. Because again, for large companies, it's very common to have the availability and resources to have an audit, external audit, or to hire experts in sustainability. But when it comes to SMEs, they are asking, for very practical tools, very practical resources to translate into practical action these standards that in some cases they feel are like quite broad. And just to perhaps close by saying that actually this kind of initiatives, like the ones that are leading the hubs of Alliance for Integrity, we believe are creating the right enabling environment that will allow these businesses to approach and be more aligned on what is expected at the global landscape, regardless the size, and actually to start better understanding the expectations when it comes to due diligence in particular.
Thank you. It's a lot of data and information there, but maybe before I pass over to Sophia, I find it really interesting to see that we're talking here about the Latin American continent. I myself, as I mentioned, I'm the program officer on anti-corruption here in France, and some of the difficulties that you listed specifically for SMEs are something that we also see here with French companies. So it really goes to show that this is not, like issues or as such that are bound to one continent, but it's something that we would face quite internationally. And I think earlier on you also mentioned the process and the two key takeaways that you mentioned earlier on. I think the continuous progress over perfection is it's the right way to engage in this whole responsible business conduct pathway, as they say in Japan, the Kaizen principle, which I like to abide by as well. So no, thank you very much for these reflections. Germain, we'll be back to you in a little bit, but I'd like to shift the focus on the private sector perspective. So to you, Sophia, I think Linda as well as Mark mentioned earlier on that there's some industries with complex supply chains, especially the mining sector. I think that Mark is the one who mentioned that, and then the businesses are not just grappling with integrity risk, but also with the impact on human rights. Yourself working for CAP, did you say CAP or CAP? CAP is better, right?
Spanish, it's
yeah,
CAP.
CAP Chile, which is a leading mining sector company. I'd like to hear from your experience and perspective, what are the biggest integrity risks in your supply chain that you've identified, and how do they affect right holders? And when I talk about right holders, it's also both on the social and environmental concerns side. Yeah.
Yes, first of all, I want to say thank you, Alliance, for this invitation, and congratulations for its 10 years. First of all, I wanted to say that, as Germain said, mining is crucial for the economy in Chile, probably Latin America too, but in Chile, it's more than 10% of the GDP, and it's really important and implies that more than the 10% of the employment in the country, and it's significant for the country, for the economy, and for the labor force. In that way, mining operations, that is other important factor, it's typically located in remote areas of the country, not near to the capital city. And in that way, this is an important context to understand that supply chains risk. First of all, we have cement supply chains, probably small and medium-sized enterprises are the most part of our suppliers. And in that way, the most part of our suppliers wanted to work with the mining companies. In that way, it's complicated because normally we try to privilege the local employment and the local enterprises in our industry. And it's produced two main risks. The first one is private corruption, because normally these kind of companies are available or seek to obtain the contracts with mining. And in that way, it's typical to see some bribery or conflict of interest or these kind of things, because normally the contract administrator are in the middle of the organization, and we could see bribery, we could see corruption, and it's complicated in that way. And the second most important risk is conflict of interest. It's related precisely with the location, because normally we could find relationships between the suppliers and employees, probably fathers, mothers, siblings, and it's impossible to not contract this kind of people, because at the same time we have a commitment with employment of the region of local employment, and in that way it's complicated, and managing this risk is too difficult because the company it's looking for suppliers, but the availability in the region it's not too much. To manage this risk, we are trying to implement different strategies. First of all, training, internal training, because we are preparing e-learning program for the suppliers with a specific certificate to work with us. But we understand too that in remote areas, not all suppliers have access to internet or understand really well the platforms, and it's a problem too. And in that way, we are taking another initiatives, collective action that Linda mentioned, it's too important. And in that way, we take business to business training that for Alliance for Integrity in Chile is present too. And other initiatives on Transparency International that provide training with suppliers, but it's a challenge. It's complicated. We are trying to do probably since 10 years ago, and we not have yet the results that we expected, because small and middle-sized companies have problems with human resources. The resources are limited, as Herman said, and it's really, really, really complicated. But and it's not always bad news. We have these programs that I mentioned, and top really implicated with the organization. We prepare a report to the board monthly, and it's important. The board and the shareholders through the board, it's interesting in our results, it's interesting in our relationship with the supply chain. And at last but not least, human rights, it's a risk too. Probably it's not specifically, and not for me, but it's an integrity risk too, because we have some problems related with the supply chain, because always the small and middle-sized enterprises look for the big company or look for the big mining company to use the complaint channel. For example, we must view some cases of moving, of sexual harassment at the companies, or problem with unions, and probably the big company is like an escape or a channel to escape of these cases. And it's complicated because for the legislation, normally we could not act in that cases. And secondly, we'd have another issues with the communities, mainly related with environmental, because currently we have a community that it's immediately informed. Social medias put us in a position that we must be transparent with the community, to information to the community. And probably this is a challenge too, because probably it's not a Chilean problem, it's a problem of Latam, but normally the relationship with the community, it's a paternalist relationship. It's okay, you could have a football yard, and leave me alone with my permission, leave me alone with my operation. And I think that we are doing an important transition in that way, an important change in that way. Probably we are forced to do this transition in that way because the world is changing and we facing different challenge all days, but I feel really confident, not really quiet, but really confident regarding the programs, integrity programs, and the collective action and the change program it's doing by the industry. And I think that it's a constant effort because we have a culture of integrity, but the culture of integrity, it's not safe, never, I think. The corruption, it evolves constantly. The ways to make corruption evolves constantly. I think that in my career, I could see, I don't know, more than 100 types of corruption, and it's important to be alert.
Thank you, Sophia. That's a very, for me who's never been to Chile, yeah, I feel like I would know what to expect from the risk in the supply chain in the mining sector. So thank you very much for that. And you've made it easy for me to transition to my second question, as you mentioned that the world is changing, but that the programs that we have in place on integrity are doing its work and having the impact on it's progressively having its impact. So it leads me to my second questions to you, where we've been hearing it a lot today or during this week about going beyond compliance, right, when we're talking about integrity. So for you, how can businesses go beyond compliance and leverage integrity as a competitive advantage? And even adding maybe another layer to that question of, and I think you've already hinted to it, but if you can develop a bit further on whether you see a shift in the business culture in Chile towards strong ethical practices.
I think that Chile is in a good stage in that way, because I think that we have been witness of an important improvement in compliance culture. Probably, first of all, I think that it's forced by the regulation, because we have an important regulation reforms the past 2 years, but it's complicated because we are accumulating different regulation reforms, and the companies, mainly, again, small and middle-sized company, it's not too easy to take these reforms. But for big companies, it's an incentive to take another measures. Other thing that we are facing, but it's responsible for improvement, sorry, are social media. Because the use of social media, it's forced a company to be more transparent with the community, or probably if you don't have a complaint channel, now you're forcing, because if you not receive the complaints by your channel, you receive the complaints by social media and post on Instagram or Facebook or X or this kind of platforms. Secondly, mining sector now is more conscious, and it's subject to important demands or requirements of the community. New demands, it's not demand that before not exist, because the same argument that I said before, it's you give a soccer yard, you give and that's all, that's solved. And this cultural change has implied a different relation with the community, a different relation with the local people that lives in the territory when the company operated. Let me give 2 examples. We have not only a mining company, but other kind of business related with the mining. For example, a desalination plant that is located near to the mining to use the seawater to the process of the mining. And in that way, at first, what really complicated with the fisherman, for example, because the salt in the process, it's not really studied in Chile. And in that way, we must be conversation with the fishermen, conversation with the other communities, and be transparent with the information of the new project. And currently, we are giving the information previously of the company, previously of the environmental evaluation, for example, and it have really, really good results. And in the second hand, we have a mining company, it's CMP, it's an iron mining company in Chile. It's the most important mining company in the country. And in that way, CMP have I think that is 100 years now, and it's a business that is implied in the community. People want to work with the community, but with the company, sorry, but it's complicated because the community looks at the company like a threat. It's complicated, probably or mainly for the environmental situation. And in that way, we are create channels to communicate with the community, a WhatsApp group with the leaders of the community to explain the situations, to give the information, to offer, I don't know, new opportunities of employment, to organize a table of works with the community, and it's have a good results. But probably our goal is to maximize the value of the community, to give opportunities, and it's not the same idea that exists before. And the mining sector has made in that way considerable progress. But it's, for me, it's not enough. I think that we must still work in this way. And at the end, we continue to work in the cultural progress, because as I said, I think that the integrity culture, it's never safe.
Well, thank you for those reflections. I think one thing that's noteworthy for me is you've mentioned a lot of the recent technologies and the impact that social media can have, and in the communication and how to reach the local communities in more untraditional ways, which for me really speaks to going above and beyond just simple compliance or traditional ways. So that's quite interesting. I think we received a question from the audience that I'll address to both of you. I mean, you can choose who to answer. So the question is, I'll try to read it very slowly. So how can SMEs in a remote country implement all regulation requirements from big companies on human rights and anti-corruption? Should I read it again? Well, yeah.
You want to start? Thank you. Well, the first thing that I believe is, as a global standard, actually the OECD guidelines for multinational enterprises, as my colleague Nicola explained earlier, talks about precisely not disengagement, but actually having the proper ways to support when it comes to SMEs or suppliers. So, and this is actually something that we discussed, and Sophia mentioned, that it's not simply adding due diligence clauses to contracts, when you establish business relationships, for instance, with SMEs. So this means that actually large companies should be not only in a position to demand compliance from SMEs, but actually to help and guide them through the process of aligning with the due diligence expectations. From a practical approach, something that we are exploring currently in the region is to establish sectoral roadmaps. For instance, we just launched a very important commitment from the main Mexican National Mining Association, CAMIMEX, to commit larger companies to accompany the SMEs in their supply chains and their suppliers to better understand these processes and expectations, and go beyond just establishing these kind of clauses. And this includes help SMEs to identify and manage their most salient social, environmental, or governance risks. And this is something also that is pretty relevant for the industries. So it's not in most cases the single responsibility of a company, but the industry as a whole, to get these sort of commitments and work towards joint action to better understand the risks, the processes, and then to better identify the best avenues to solve those issues.
Thanks, Herman. Yeah, Sophia, if you have anything to add.
Yes, I think that Herman said something really important, that it's the role of the big company in that way, because I think that we are responsible to explain our program and to give tools to the small and middle-sized enterprises to implement or to try to implement an integrity program, probably a small program in its context, but it's important that the big companies support these enterprises. But I think that there is a second factor that it's important too, and it's complicated for remote countries, but regulation in that way, it's important, because probably one of the most important things that we have to generate a change, it's regulation. Currently, we have different rules that compels to the big companies to inform to their suppliers about the integrity programs. You receive or you have an obligation to inform your suppliers about your program, and to inform to the market how you give this information to your suppliers with evidence and in a different kind of reports. And it's important, for example, in the mining industry, for some rankings or for some investment index, for example, Dow Jones Sustainability Index, we must report how we give the information to our supply chain. And I think that it's important too. And at the end, I think that collective action, it's key in that way, because probably the company and compliance areas normally are really small areas. You have 3 or 4 employees and nothing else in a big company. And in that way, the collective action and alternatives and Transparency International Alliance for Integrity business to business training program, it's key, because in that way you could take the information, you could take the culture and put it in other country or in your supply chain.
Thank you both for these answers. I would have loved to take a question from the floor, from the people online, but it seems like we've talked for too long on this very interesting topic. So I'd like to thank both panelists that were here today for this interview. And maybe as a key takeaway, while there are significant challenges, as we mentioned here, from the data and from the practical experience, I think there's also opportunities for businesses to lead on integrity. And I think that's the key message to take away from today. So thank you very much, everyone. Passing it over to you.
Thank you to this to the panel. We're moving straight forward. Time is an enemy today, so we have a second panel with direct business practices, as we announced. The examples come from academia and the field equally, but I will invite straight to the floor Mrs. Ana Araña. She's a senior manager at the Business Integrity Accelerator at the UN Global Compact. She will facilitate the exchange with the practitioners. And the practitioners are Mrs. Claudia Villa Connolly, General Director of Customs Attention and International Affairs at the Agencia Nacional de Aduanas de Mexico, or ANAM. We have Mr. Mariano Goyman. He's a Regional Compliance Officer for South America for Siemens. Mrs. Franziska she's a researcher and policy advisor at the German Institute for Human Rights, and Mrs. Paula Ostolowska, she's from the Viadrina Compliance Center, so from academia. Thank you so much. A message to the panel. It's late Friday afternoon after a whole week of sessions. If you want the listeners to take a message, now is the chance. They will think about it on the flight home or in the train home. So keep your sentences short and with specific examples. We have around 25 minutes, and then the other groups will join us here. So welcome to the floor, and please, Anna. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ivan. Good afternoon, everyone. Everybody awake? We're almost in the end of the conference. First of all, thank you so much, Alliance for Integrity, for the invitation. It's a huge pleasure to be here. I have a lovely panel and the challenge to close it on time. And we have a lot of interesting questions here. So I will dive into it. The opportunity that we have here in this panel is to discuss real-world best practices in business integrity and human rights due diligence. And my colleagues here in the panel, they want to share with us their examples, challenges, and best practices in the integration of human rights and compliance related to due diligence. And I'm happy because at Linda's presentation, she presented 3 points that they are going to be covered in this panel. So capacity building, cross-company grievance mechanisms, collective action, and we also added a 4th one, international trade context. I'm gonna do 2 rounds of questions. The first round of questions for my panelists, it's about their internal organization. So how do they integrate human rights due diligence in their work? And I would like to start with Paula about capacity building. Paula, please, if you can share with us, how does the Compliance Center incorporate human rights considerations into its capacity building programs? And what role does due diligence play in ensuring organizations align their practices with international human rights standards?
Hello, everyone. I'm not from the business, but I know that time is not enemy, time is money. So I will try to keep it short. Viadrina Compliance Center is an academic institution, so that means that we do not intervene into companies' operations, and we also do not train companies. What we do, we prepare study programs. We have an academic approach, and in our study programs, the students can learn how to do a due diligence and the framework of human rights. And our goal is to provide also an exchange place, platform for people, companies to share their best practice experiences, because the professors, the teachers are practitioners from the business. We have 2 study programs, a bachelor and a master study program. And in the programs, we concentrate to see the whole system, the whole corporate culture. The human rights violations are law violations, and we also know how important is the role of whistleblowing. And we need to create a good speak-up culture. So that's what we teach our students. And our students are from the whole world, from Asian realm, from Asian region, from Arabic region, also from Latin America. And it's very important to see the multicultural context, especially when you see it on everyday basis. And our master program is for German-speaking people. It's also for beginners, but also for people who would like to change a job or are after their bachelor studies and they're looking for a better opportunity to have a better job. It's more specific. And in these studies, they learn how to provide due diligence from the practitioners. And in the first program, they learn more the framework.
Thank you very much, Paula. So they learn. Now we're going to turn into how do they apply this in companies, in organizations. I'm going to turn to Claudia for our questions about international trade contest. So please, Claudia, as the National Customs Agency of Mexico, how do you ensure that international trade regulations are applied in a way that prevents human rights abuses, such as the trafficking of goods produced under exploitative labor conditions?
Well, thank you very much. I'm glad to be here. Yeah, besides the need to implement human rights regulations within customs employees, which is also an issue to revise, we were talking in the past presentations about how to care the value chain. So forced labor for those who are not aware of this is when forced labor happens when somebody is made to work against their will through threats, debt bondage, deception, or coercion. This is just about bad working. It's not only about bad working conditions, but also real exploitation where the person has no freedom to live. And believe me, this happens in the world. So identifying it is challenging because we as a consumers buy the but we normally don't know exactly how it was made, and often occurs deep in global supply chains in remote factories, farms, or mines. So we rely on a mix of tools, the customs all around the world, with audits, whistleblower reports, NGO monitoring, internal alerts, and increasingly government and corporate risk assessments. But it's a challenge. So what do we do to make it better? Well, this has become a global priority because supply chains are now international. What's made in one country ends up, as I was telling, in homes around the world. So today, consumers, companies, and governments are asking, how was this made? Under what conditions the products we buy at the store? So forced labor isn't new. It's been around for a long time, but now we have better information, more public awareness, and strong legal tools. The International Labor Organization estimates over 27 million people are currently in forced labor. That's a massive human rights issue with economics and social impact. So in the case of Mexico, the trade agreement, the USMCA, the US-Mexico-Canada agreement, and also national laws in the US, Canada, and the European Union as well, are making this a legal issue as well. So it's not just about ethics anymore. Countries are obligated to act.
Thank you so much, Claudia. And we will stay in Mexico for my next question for Francisca. And if you can also explain why you will talk about Mexico, but what are the main challenges in implementing the human rights grievance mechanisms in Mexico, particularly in terms of coordination with local stakeholders, such as affected communities and workers?
Thank you so much. Thank you for the invitation and thanks for the question. First of all, why am I going to talk about Mexico? I'm going to talk about Mexico because of a project I'm involved as an implementing body, a so-called coordination unit, the German coordination unit of the MRDH, the Mecanismo de Reclamación de Derechos Humanos. That's a cross-company grievance mechanism for the automotive industry or the automotive sector in the supply chains in Mexico. Human rights violations, environmental harm, and corruption are covered by this mechanism. And it is a multi-stakeholder initiative. It derives from a format called a sector dialogue in Germany of the automotive industry. That derives from the National Action Plan on Business and Human Rights. And it was really developed as a multi-stakeholder form or in a multi-stakeholder format, and is now still implemented in a multi-stakeholder format together with representatives from Mexico and German civil society, human rights institutions like the German Institute for Human Rights, as well as German trade unions and of course, the companies that form part of this mechanism. Today we have three German automotive companies that are member companies of the mechanism and who can use it. It's a complaint mechanism for workers, for communities, individuals, or business partners, or their representatives. So everyone that is negatively affected in the supply chain of one of these member companies can actually use it. And now to the second part of your question, what are the challenges, the main challenges in implementing this mechanism in Mexico? I think for grievance mechanisms, there are a couple of challenges that I guess most of you are kind of aware of. But I would like to focus on 2 points, and one point is trust, and the other one is accessibility of the mechanism. So why trust? Well, because people who could potentially bring complaints to the mechanism are skeptical about this. What is this MRDH? Who is behind that? Why is it a multi-stakeholder approach? who is going to address the complaint? Is this confidential? Am I going to be targeted in a negative way if I'm going to bring a complaint? All these questions are obviously present. And the way the MRDH is trying to handle this is, well, you have to see, first of all, because of the coordination units that exist both in Germany and in Mexico, the whole process of bringing a complaint is externalized from the actual member companies. So that's the first step I would like to underline. And then secondly, the implementing unit, the coordination unit in Mexico, is an NGO that has over 20 years of experience of dealing all issues of workers' rights violations. And this local coordination unit brings the ability to the table to actually act as a trust-building entity and a trusted entity, and in the implementation phase, both when it comes to bringing complaints, but also when it comes to outreach activities, to strategies, how to communicate about the mechanism, how to really get to people who could actually use the mechanism. Sometimes it's just as simple as that. What are the communication channels? So is it WhatsApp? Is it Facebook? Is it Instagram? All these assessments you have to make in order to really get to the people who could actually bring the complaints. So, and I think this falls all under the trust building issue, and then the accessibility issue. The MRDH is operated with an online platform. You can completely anonymously bring your complaint to the mechanism via this online platform. You have to fill out a questionnaire with what we're trying to conceptualize are 15, I think, pretty targeted questions, like not requiring too much information, only that so much information that we can do a first admissibility check as coordination units if this is an admissible complaint for the mechanism. And we really try to make it as accessible as possible.
Thank you so much, Francisca. And we keep on hearing about trust during the conference, the week, and today as well. And I believe that collective action is a very powerful tool and mechanism to build that trust. So with that link, I turn to Mariano from Siemens for my first question. And disclaimer, for 2 years, I was the manager of the anti-corruption integrity projects at UN Global Compact, managing the Siemens Integrity Initiative in 10 countries. So I'm very happy to be here and to ask that question. So Mariano, please, about the Siemens Integrity Initiative, it has supported 85 projects in over 50 countries. How does Siemens ensure the effectiveness and long-term impact of these projects, particularly in countries with weak legal frameworks and high levels of corruption?
Okay, thanks. Hello to everybody. Are you with me now? It's Friday afternoon, after lunch. I know it's not easy. Well, thanks. Anna, you can answer if you want. So raise your hand and say if you know who knows about the Siemens case. Wow, so perfect. Okay, so everybody knows about the Siemens case. So besides, let me go to 2006. After our compliance crisis, we can say that we arranged with the German government and then with the American or US government with a plea agreement and pay them penalties. But beside that, we have to arrange 2009, a fund with the World Bank and the European Bank to create this Siemens Integrity Initiative, which means that it's not only put 100 million euros in this account and say, I pay my freedom. I pay my conscience outside the corruptions or the more than 80 cases that we had. So it was like an aim. We wanted to show the business, show the market, show to everybody that we can do very bad the things for the business, but then we can correct this and do it well. So the Siemens Integrity Initiative, you mentioned 85 projects, almost 12 projects were in our region, Brazil, also Colombia and Argentina. We had two and two also. We are finishing now after 15 years, and we are looking for put more money in projects, but not the same as in the past. We are looking for specific projects to make a fund. And as you mentioned, it's not easy in our regional environment with a high risk of corruptions and all the things that all the panels before mentioned. But we can say that the Siemens Integrity Initiative inside the compliance system is like a business unit. It's like another segment of the compliance system, and they have their own government. We can say it like this. So they can make decisions on that, to whom put the money. Well, we are talking about the past because it was 15 years ago, more or less. But the structure of this initiative were really, really hard in order to look for these ONGs or these companies. We are not, and today is the same message. We are not putting money or funding money in governance directly. We are using, of course, these ONGs like Transparency International, Global Compact, or another kind of civil societies organization. We have a jury there in order to know how and where is going the money. So I know we have very, very low time here, but in summary, I want to say that the first point is to choose with whom we are working on, where we are putting the money and where the money is coming. So the compliance systems in all the companies are always looking for that. Who is paying you and to whom you are paying. So, and also for what, of course, but from where came the money and to whom are going the money. So in order to be transparency or like that. Let me finish there and we can continue.
Thank you, Mariano. We're going to go to the second round very briefly. And then I also have a question from the audience. So let's hope we have time for that. So the second round is about best practices and examples and what goes well and what you can share with us. So I'll turn again to capacity building to ask if you can share any success stories or examples where your capacity building efforts have directly contributed to improving compliance and preventing human rights violations or corruption in business practices.
I cannot share one success story because we see our role as a journey and not only a list of ending successing stories. We do not only prepare study programs, but also organize events like this here. We organize our own events. Thank you for Alliance for Integrity for being our partner on our events. And have another projects like publication, collective publication with different authors from companies, but also discussions with representatives from companies or from the public sector, discussing about the new compliance challenges like anti-money laundering, ESG, or internal investigation. And last project I could mention here, it's an online platform to present differences between implementing the whistleblower directive in different EU countries. So we see our role to provide an exchange platform for the public, private sector, and for NGOs to share best practices and experiences. So you will maybe you will say something about best practices, and we would like to create the platform for you.
Thank you, Paula, so much. And turning to Claudia, Paula, mentioned multi-stakeholder approaches and putting different actors on the table. How does your organization, ANAM, collaborate with international organizations or customs agencies from other countries to ensure that trade flows comply and being in compliance with human rights standards? And what challenges do you face in that harmonization?
Well, I would like to share better, and thank you for the question, but I think it'll be interesting for you also to learn what we are planning to do in terms of collective action anti-corruption in our customs agency in Mexico. Maybe you know that the World Customs Organization, they run a program which is called ACIP, Anti-Corruption and Integrity Promotion. So Mexico is part of this program. And we started in 2023 with training and capacity building, but then we realized that training was not enough because we were training people at the head office at the customs agency in Mexico City, but we have 50 customs offices all around the country, and the challenge was to have this knowledge along the people working on a ground basis on the customs, the ones that are exposed to corruption or bribery. So training is not the end, is the mean, because what can you do when you have the knowledge to implement it and to have results? So what I do personally was I needed to have a methodology to implement those things. So I entered to the International Anti-Corruption Academy, the IACA, to learn more about this systemic vision and this the stakeholders mapping and to diagnose the problem. And we are finishing this project in theory that has been approved, but then we don't want to invent the wheel. So what we want to do is to make the alliance with the IACA methodology, the WCO AC program, but also Alliance for Integrity with a Train of Trainers methodology. So we just talked to our Mexico City's hub, Coparmex. They will help us to train the people at the customs. And the project implies also to have integrity ambassadors in every customs in Mexico, because it's not only to send information and to make one communication campaign with posters that you put in the walls. That doesn't really help. All these days I've been here from you companies that is on an ongoing basis, every day, with the example, with a real action. So this is something that we need your help in terms of best practices, success stories, no? So, but the good thing is that we have the political will from our head at the customs agency to go into this compliance and ethical culture into the customs. I believe that this is possible in the government, not only in the companies, but in the government, but you need two for tango. So we need also the private sector to help us in complying their customs regulations to have the whole circle complete in this project.
Thank you, Claudia, so much for sharing examples of collective action. I have a final question for Francisca and another one for Mariano and one from the audience. I'm going to put here the one from the audience just to see if you are inspired by it. But the audience is asking, democracy is based on human rights, and how can large companies impact, how big companies can impact in communities to be more confident in democracy and institutions? So how can companies also foster democratic trust? It's a large question. You can think about it. In the meantime, I'm gonna, because you have already also answered a little bit for my second question, it was going to be how the mechanism ensure that complaints are processed impartially. You already mentioned that. But if you can also add how effective remedies are provided to affected individuals, and maybe if you can provide effective remedies, it can also enhance trust in the institutions.
Thank you for answering a bit. Inspiration. No, yes, thanks for the question. So, yeah, the mechanism, well, I talked a bit about how it's structured and how we are implementing it. And now, if we go to the casework a little bit more into detail, I could say that I think the whole idea of such grievance mechanisms derives from international frameworks like the OECD guidelines, the guiding principles of the UN, but also, of course, mandatory human rights due diligence like the German supply chain law and hopefully the CSDDD. What are for case resolutions, I think 3 pillars are very important. It's transparency, impartiality, and accountability when it comes to actual casework. And as I explained before, the cases get to us via an online platform. Then we do an admissibility check, that is with the coordination units, with the implementing bodies of the mechanism. But then the complaint goes directly to an expert panel, an independent expert panel. We selected a pool of 10 experts, all from Mexico, based in Mexico, experts in labor law. For example, there was a labor law reform in 2019, yes, and which creates a lot of questions and also cases for us. So really experts in the field, also in environmental law, in corruption and other human rights contexts, community rights. And these experts are selected. It's a panel of 2 to 5 experts, depending on the complexity of a case, of the complaint. And then they conduct an impartial investigation and produce a final report of their investigation. And this report is the basis for the next step, which is the mediation phase. So based on this report, ideally, both the company and the complainant, together with the expert and together with an external mediator, enter into a mediation and find a solution for the complaint. And also with the mediators, we then bring to the table, we also try to ensure that there is a follow-up on compliance with which was actually agreed during the mediation. So the accountability part is ideally covered by that. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Francisca. And then Mariano, for our last question. You already talked about the Siemens Integrity Initiative, the different projects, and the question also interests us. So how do you evaluate the success of funded projects and whether specific metrics or indicators are used to assess their impact on promoting responsible business conduct and strengthening the rule of law, which can increase trust in democratic institutions?
Exactly. Well, Anna, you can answer too, because you were involved in that process. Well, every project has the same procedures or the same processes for the evaluation from the very beginning and then across the entire projects. If we are talking about IACA, for example, or if we were talking about Transparency International in Argentina, we have similar processes and evaluations. Every project has to present a quarterly report, and these reports are not only saying I waste this money and this travel, is what they are doing, is, which trainings are doing, which proposals are doing, and it's very hard for them, not for Siemens, because we are very hard in the condition that we are analyzing the project. It's true, because we need to show transparency. So every euro or dollar or pesos wasted has to have a receipt. But in parallel, every year of the project has to present a final or a yearly process, yearly report. At the end of the project, also has to present a final report. But this final report means that not only Siemens evaluate, but a third party evaluate these projects. And this is something that, as the same as you mentioned, we have to hire not a panel, but yes, a consultant to evaluate if they are doing what they say that from the very beginning in the project, and then Siemens has to evaluate. And currently I'm evaluating the project in Argentina, say, and reading all the pages. So the methodology is, of course, very hard. We have several methodologies, and the structure is not only the person from the collective actions or the Siemens Integrity Initiative are there. We have finance people analyzing everything. We have project managers in Germany analyzing this, and also the compliance officer in every country are like project manager officers locally. So we have to evaluate. We have several meetings with the project people or the institutions, and also we are invited to present in some events or in some trainings in order to see how they are doing. And also we can say that not only transparency is here, but we want to give something to the society. We have a purpose. Dalma mentioned before that the human being is in the center of every business. We are selling technology. We are not selling compliance. Compliance is one now for us is the point or the starting point for every business. But as we are selling this technology, we want to say something to the society. So in this case, I can finish that the Siemens Integrity Initiative was really, and is, because it's finishing now, a very good example to the others that we can do better things together.
Thank you so much. And with those words, I'm going to finish. We can do better things together. Thank you so much once again, Alliance. I hope you were inspired by this lovely panel. And I call Ivan again to the stage. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much to this lovely panel as well. And with that, we conclude the session. So we ran out of time, which means we ran out of money too, I guess. I hope not. No, we have until 5 o'clock. We're covered. But thanks so much. No, you can, I mean, you can stay in the room. I haven't been instructed that detailed. You're now captured by the stage. No, thank you so much. It's really ungrateful to summarize this. We had 9 speakers. You heard so many different perspectives. I really could not even try to encapsulate all of them, but all the messages were really encouraging. All allies on this valuable fight for human rights and business integrity. I can only encourage all of you to grab a business card from any of the colleagues. Network with them. As they say, a friend in need is a friend indeed. So no better friends than the Alliance for Integrity. Happy 10-year anniversary from my side as well. The stage is now being prepared for the follow-up sessions. I will call upon my dear colleague Sebastian to take over, and there will be a small 1-2 minute intermezzo, and then we move to the closing of the event. Yeah, Sebastian.
Yeah, thank you so much, Ivan. Yes, we're waiting 1 or 2 minutes for our colleagues to come in from the other workshops here to the auditorium. So don't leave us. The integrity business is not over yet. So there's still something to come.
Yeah, a bit of minutes.
We are just waiting for the other group to come. Yes, that's very.
Okay, when everybody comes in. Including Nomi or just
I don't know. The only chance is that they are again in front.
No, no, two. Just two chairs, yes. Pardon me? Yes, just these ones here are fine.
Okay. All right. So please take a seat. We're already starting while everybody is coming back from the workshops and entering the auditorium, because there's still some exciting discussions coming up and last words for our conference. So already welcome back to everyone in the plenary, please. To the middle. Okay. Two sides. Now that I'm at the center of attention, let's move forward. Okay. As I said to you, we still have some exciting discussions coming up. So I want to make you aware of the next slot, which could also be the title of a superhero movie. It's called Legacy and Future, Leaders' Reflections on Business Integrity and Multi-Stakeholder Cooperation. And the objective is to think about what we have achieved until now and to look at the future and launch an exciting new invention of the Alliance for Integrity. For this, I invite again our anti-corruption and integrity superwomen, Carolina and Viola, as the head of the Alliance for Integrity and the head of the Anti-Corruption and Integrity Program in GIZ.
Awesome. Okay.
Yeah, thank you very much. I am very happy to be here. We are coming to an end, we promise. But I wanted to take a few minutes just to reflect a little bit on the day and also thank everybody who was involved. And as Sebastian mentioned, to launch a new exciting product. First, maybe to only discuss with you. So a very exciting title for both of us talking to each other. What do you think of the conference so far? What is your first impressions?
Yeah, so thank you very much, Superwoman. My first impression, so I have many very positive impressions from the day. So first of all, I'm very impressed of the high level of participation. Of course, we did invite you for our birthday party, but it was not a Friday's night birthday party starting at 9 p.m. with champagne and fancy finger food. This would be up to you, coming from the ministry. We have invited you Friday morning at 9 o'clock after a very intense integrity week in Paris and in Bonn. So what I mentioned before, so I'm really impressed about the high level of participation. Yeah, and then I have enjoyed the symphony of collaboration very much, and I think so that this reflected a bit the strong relationship you have been built up within the Alliance for Integrity. It seems like to be a family, but with a voluntary check-in option, but maybe without any check-out option. So this is maybe like in a real family. And then, yeah, I saw that, that we or you have integrated all the very relevant issues. I mean, during the last workshops right now, human rights, gender, and mining. So I couldn't think about anything more relevant for today. So I think it was really, or it is a really amazing day.
Yeah, I think as well. And I want to say that this amazing day was not only possible because of the Alliance for Integrity, but actually as everything that we do, it was possible because of a lot of people and a lot of institutions. So that will be for me very important to say thank you first to the OECD, and I see Elodie there on the back, and they really made everything to make this today possible. So thank you to our partners, the Viadrina Compliance Center, the Basel Institute on Governance, UNODC, UN Global Compact France. I also want to thank our steering committee because they work every time, and not only the times we meet, but actually every day to make the Alliance for Integrity possible. So I'm very happy to have the chair, Raquel, Norbert, vice chair, and also Sagar as vice chair here. And you see already in the steering committee of the Alliance for Integrity and in the chairs and vice chairs, this global perspective from the very beginning. Of course, as well to you and to the sectorial program for anti-corruption and integrity, because the Anti-BEM set that made possible that you host that as a Secretariat of the Alliance for Integrity, and this conference wouldn't be possible if not for that. And also to all the national hubs. A global initiative is not a global initiative because of what happened in the Secretariat, but actually what happened on the ground. And maybe our national hubs can stand up and we can see you. I see you are there. So all our national hubs that are present, and we can really give you a clap. Because you are the ones who are making this possible. And of course, and it's still not the end, but I want to do this at the beginning of the end, the team of the Alliance for Integrity. So also if you can stand up and you see all the team members that work 180% or give so much of themselves to make this possible today. And also those team members that are online as well supporting. So I don't want to talk so much about the past because I think we did it a lot, but maybe nobody discussed so much about this integration of the Secretariat in the sectorial program. So Viola, for you as the head of the sectorial program, what was in your mind when you realized, okay, the Alliance for Integrity, the Secretariat is coming to us?
I mean, it was not just that you were coming to us. I mean, this was a long strategy that we tried to to be able to welcome you in our project. So this was 3 years ago. I mean, since the spring of 2022, we have been discussing the various options for the Alliance for Integrity. So one was the integration into the sector program. And in late summer 2022, I remember that I was on holiday leave in Spain when I got a call from the ministry, and I was asked if I confirm or if I would agree to this option. And I said, yeah, of course, I do. And then 1 year later, it was decided, and only when was it? In December 2023, we were finally able to welcome you. I mean, our new wonderful team members and or the Alliance for Integrity. And my main reason for welcoming the Alliance for Integrity into the anti-corruption and integrity sector program was and still is that we can now integrate the work we have been doing with the government actors and the civil society with the private sector. So I think this connection is very relevant because, I mean, the private sector depends on a certain level of not only governance, but on good governance, and has a relevant impact on the development of society, for better or worse. And I think together with the Alliance for Integrity, maybe it can be for better. And we have also been able to improve our work on the collective action approach. We have learned a lot from the Alliance for Integrity. We used to focus very much on regulation and on the collaboration with the civil society, but not so much on the collaboration with the private sector. So I think this is really a win-win situation that now we are more able to work together.
Thank you very much. And I think this was one of the achievements we have over the last years. It was talk a lot about the training programs, the collective action. Maybe we can ask somebody else as well on the achievements of the Alliance for Integrity. And for that, we have a small video from our former director of the Alliance for Integrity, Susanne Friedrich, and current director of the Partners in Transformation. So, video.
Well, reflecting on my time with the Alliance for Integrity, for almost 6 years, I would like to mention several highlights. First, the development and the expansion of the Integrity app. This was a crucial tool that has served as a door opener and as a low threshold solution for SMEs and helps them to navigate the compliance challenges effectively. Second, I would like to mention the pioneering link between gender and business integrity. This approach has set new standards, highlighting the importance of inclusivity and the fight against corruption. And third, the growing engagement of business and private sector related organizations, civil society, universities, and of course the public sector. As trainers, knowledge givers, and drivers of new ideas, they have demonstrated that the Alliance for Integrity is as an agile and strong network, especially in responding to challenges like the COVID-19 pandemic.
Susanne for this message. She's seen online. And I think Susanne brought a very good example. Another example I like a lot is, for example, the No Excuses Guide. This guide that was really created to counter the typical excuses for anti-corruption, and it's now translated into 6 languages, adapted to 15 countries. It's now an online training. There is a version for human rights. So it's really from one specific product growing in a lot. And I think this will be the opportunities also for the future. What do you see as the opportunities for the future of the Alliance for Integrity?
I think it's important to strengthen the national hubs in Latin America and try to be present in more Asian and African countries. It is also important to maintain the cross-sector approach and to offer something for both for the small and medium companies, as well as large and transnational companies. And perhaps we could consider inviting consumer organizations and trade unions and offer something interesting for the younger generation. For innovative startups, not only but also led by women or targeted at the LGBTIQ+ community. And I say this explicitly today when we see dynamics that steps toward a so-called new masculinity. Also, this so-called new masculinity seems more being a very old-fashioned masculinity. I think this is important.
Yeah. And we ask you as well, how do you see the Alliance for Integrity in the next 10 years? If we can maybe show in the screen what were your answers, because I think as everything we do it together. Not the last 10 years, but it's also nice to see. So the future. Important. I like that word. Very word. Very big in the beginning. I think you see here a lot of this global player, and I think that has to do a lot with the important work there. Collaboration. What do you see?
Oh, whoops. Powerful, revolutionary, a teenager. Maybe we can just, build successful, the best, inspiring. So I think, and today I heard many times this terms of walk the talk, and to build up trust and trustful relations. And I think we should clearly focus on the future, for the planet, for the people, for the business, for global and national governance based on democratic principles. Just that.
Easy. We are going to try it. And I really like that here you also put, and you from the very beginning were talking about teenager. We didn't talk about it. And I really like, because this is also something we want to be. If you want to look at the future, we need to tackle younger generations. And that's why I am very happy that we are going to present today, through a collaboration to our advisory group member del Consejo de la Comunicación, a new ambassador of the Alliance for Integrity. It's an influencer, was Influencer of the Year in 2022, and has more than 8 million followers that are generally younger generations. So there is, he has actually a message for you, and we also have a video on that. Thank you, Viola.
Thank you.
Hola, ¿cómo están? Soy Manuel Sentíes y hoy quiero
Hello,
compartir.
greetings to all. My name is Manuel Sentíes, and I'd like to share the following message with you. Integrity isn't just an ethical value, it is a fundamental pillar for a more just and equal world. In a world where trust and collaboration are scarce, initiatives like the Alliance for Integrity have been working for over 10 years in 14 different countries to make a difference. Today, businesses, governments, and civil society have an opportunity to set aside their differences and work together to find innovative solutions to problems that affect us all, like corruption, or to find scalable solutions that will transform the way in which we view transparency. Now is the time to act and be part of the change, because only by working together can we have a lasting impact.
Thank you very much, Emmanuel, for the video. And Emmanuel invited us in this video actually to be part of the change and to create concrete solutions. And this is what we are actually very excited to tell you before we finish this conference with two great closing remarks, is that today we are going to launch the Integrity Innovation Fund. This is a pioneer fund where we want private sector, public sector, and civil society come together, as we always do, to really develop collaborative solutions, innovative solutions for the problems of the future of business integrity. This was not developed by us ourselves. It's actually a project, and it's very much supported by our steering committee. And the fund will be implemented and managed by the GIZ, and building up on the structures of the national hubs as well, because we want that all the solutions that are coming from this fund are actually sustainable and anchor in the structures on the ground. We are now looking for funds. I hear Mariano saying in the Siemens you had 100 million euros. We can accept that. But we are especially looking for partners, because we want to build this fund really together with all of them that are supporting and putting resources to the fund. So to finish my presentation, I want to invite actually to show this multi-stakeholder collaboration. I want to ask the 3 stakeholders that are part of our steering committee why they think this is important. And I want to invite to the stage Scarlett Vanentwesch from the Basel Institute on Governance, Victoria von Knopfloch from the BMZ, and Raquel Zambrano, chair of the steering committee of the Alliance for Integrity. You know, my interviews are really short and we don't have chairs anymore. So it's really one question. You can take your microphones. And the question is why you decided with the steering committee, why you think such a fund is important.
Shall I kick it off?
Yes.
Well, perfect. I've been sitting for a little bit too long, so it's actually very nice to stand right at the end. From our side, from the Basel Institute on Governance, we've been part of the discussions from the start and excited to hear this approach that's supported by, at this point, the German government, but also, of course, through the Alliance for Integrity and its partners, because we hear all the time, especially from smaller organizations who want to work in this space, that actually accessing funding, they do not have the capacity to do so. So I think the fact that there's a very active community, and we've seen it today and over the last couple of days as well, of initiatives, of organizations that are already walking the talk, that need the support and that could really benefit from this fund to create tools that can really transform the way that we all work together, I think is an incredible opportunity. And I think we all look forward to working together to raising more funds, also through demonstrating that impact together. So yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. So yeah, this is really, really exciting. I think from the BMZ's perspective, we started supporting and we've been proud in co-founding the Alliance because we believed in the idea, and we continue to support it because we actually see it work. We've been amazed by the development of the national hubs that are really doing a lot of independent work thanks to the partners in the different countries. And I think the Integrity Innovation Fund also takes us to that next level at the global level. It allows the Alliance to build on its innovative potential by bringing innovative ideas from the local national level to the global platform that it has. And it also really doubles down on the multi-stakeholder approach, because the fund can receive, as you said, contributions from the public sector, from philanthropies, but most importantly from the private sector. And I think from BMZ side, we really invite everyone to contribute. We have seen that it's an investment that pays off.
Thank you.
And now from the private sector, right? Because we have been discussing about collaboration and creating a symphony, but a symphony to sound good require right equipment, right instruments, right? And those instruments require funds. So a little bit of that for scale and maximize the impact that we have been doing all of these 10 years, we require innovation, the right capabilities, and that requires funds. And I think to close with an analogy for the healthcare system, by supporting these initiatives is kind of investing in prevention, because otherwise you will spend a lot of money, as Siemens was sharing, in the cure. So better work in prevention, better work on maximize, better work on put the foundations to do it great. And for that, we need the support of all the partners and everyone that believes and rallies that integrity is the right response further. I think let's help together.
Thank you very much. And now let's just see in a video how these funds look like, and then go to the closing remark. Thank you very much to all of you.
Integrity and trust pave the way forward. Integrity is essential for a just economic system. A global network with over a decade of impact, spanning 4 continents: Africa, Asia, Europe, Latin America. 3 sectors: private, public, and civil society, working closely together. 15 countries, 300 compliance experts, 5,200 organizations. Business across all sectors can shape the future. Trust drives business success. Integrity unlocks strategic opportunities. It's time for you to be a part of the solution. Become a champion of change, strengthening markets through sustainable innovation, creating solutions that improve lives. Join the Integrity Innovation Fund for a lasting impact. email us today.
All right, we're now coming to an end. And I want to say today we heard from anti-corruption and integrity superheroes and superwomen. We had many examples of integrity superpowers and now have a game-changing moment for the Alliance for Integrity. And I hope you will join us to design the future of business integrity together. But now I'm really coming to an end. So to close the conference, I want to invite now first Niels Pedersen, Executive Director of the UN Global Compact Local Network France.
Thank you, everyone. So I heard success and superheroes. So I'm not so sure I'm the superheroes of the evening, and I will speak a little bit of French, at least with my French accent. I'm the counterpart of Marcel, you heard this morning. So now you have the French style. I would like first to thank all of you and to thank the Alliance for Integrity and all the partners, GIZ, the Basel Institute, OCD, and Viandrina Center, sorry for this organizing this event and this closing remark for this Global Anti-Corruption and Integrity Week. And I know you had such valuable discussion the whole day long. I was not here. I'm not going to pretend I spent all day with you, but I heard that it was super valuable and that you had a lot of very nice discussion today. You also know, and I'm not going to learn you anything, that we are celebrating the 10 years for collective impact, but I think it's a nice anniversary and I would like really to applaud that because 10 years of collective action, we all know it's a tough work, so well done for that. And UN Global Compact France is proud to be partner for the first time for this important milestone and happy that our colleagues Marcel invited us today. So thank you, Marcel, and thank you to all of you. I don't know where Marcel is or here. Lost in the middle. This event offers us, as a French, an opportunity to refer to our national context and remind how important business integrity is. We know that, but it's important to refresh and refresh all the time. And I think here in OCD, it's the best place for that. I'm not so sure that I should be happy with the latest corruption perception index that show that France declined a little bit on this perception and is reflecting how growing the concern about the corruption in the public sector. So at least we know that. And we know that this index reinforced the need for the private sector to step up, to take responsibility and to lead by example. And I'm sure that the example is super important for the company. So today's discussion have also shown that the integrity is not an isolated topic. It's deeply linked with the climate action, the gender equality, the human rights. And to be truly effective, integrity must be integrated into business strategy, operation, and partnerships. And therefore, I'm glad to announce that the French network have just launched our anti-corruption and business integrity program to support companies here in France to this transition. And so French company, we are just waiting for you. So you can send an email to be part of the integrity, but you can also contact Nomile that you had in a workshop a few hours ago to be part of this program. And of course, we look forward to continue this collaboration with you guys. However, as we know, a national approach alone is not enough. And I heard about Latin America to Asia through Europe and Africa. And we know that integrity is a universal value. We heard today also that small businesses or large corporations across all industry, every step towards transparency and ethics matters a lot. In a world shaped by economy and geopolitical challenges, integrity is not just a principle, it's also a tool for trust, resilience in French, resilience in English, resilience, it's difficult for us, sorry for that, and a long-term success. And I'm fully convinced that the private sector will rise that challenge in a world in turbulent times. So thank you so much. Have a good evening here in Paris, and à bientôt in French, here in France or somewhere in other part of the world. Thank you so much. Merci beaucoup à tous.
Okay, I promise you all the time to close the conference, but now you see my face again. But to have some final words, I invite Julia Fromholz, the head of the Anti-Corruption Division in the OECD's Directorate for Financial and Enterprise Affairs. Welcome.
Good afternoon. In this talk about superheroes, I feel very powerful because I'm between you and the weekend. So I will keep it short. I also want to say that I always feel at home around GIZ and other GIZ related entities because I have a very German last name that in the US gets routinely mispronounced. So thank you very much. It is really a great pleasure to be here at the end of a Friday, at the end of this long day in which you all have had very effective meetings. And I think it's appropriate to wish you a happy birthday, to wish the Alliance for Integrity a happy 10th birthday. I saw that teenager was up on the screen, but I think it's more of a tween. Maybe the difficult teenager years are not yet here. But it really is a great pleasure to wish the Alliance for Integrity to celebrate the 10th anniversary here at the OECD headquarters. The milestone is a testament to the collective commitment of businesses, civil society, and governments to strengthen business integrity and to combat corruption worldwide. That we're marking the anniversary here during OECD Integrity Week is more than symbolic. It underlines the shared goals and mutual reinforcement of our work. And I want to congratulate the Alliance on its decade of effective action through multi-stakeholder partnership that has mobilized businesses globally to drive integrity forward. The OECD is a proud member of the Alliance's steering committee. And over the years, we've contributed to and benefited from this partnership by sharing OECD standards and engaging in joint initiatives. A strong example of this collaboration was on display today with teams from the Alliance and GIZ together with the OECD Anti-Corruption Division, jointly organizing a timely workshop on harnessing the potential of collective action, advancing gender mainstreaming and anti-corruption, and combating foreign bribery. So, which I hope went very well. And I'm looking back at the ACD team in the back, Noemi and France, with thanks for organizing that. More broadly, today's global conference provided a valuable opportunity to explore diverse perspectives on a number of issues, including gender and corruption, the measurement of business integrity, and the intersection between ESG and anti-corruption. Throughout the discussions, I understand that we also reflected on the role of multi-stakeholder partnerships and collective action. These principles are at the core of the OECD Anti-Corruption Division's work. The fight against bribery and corruption requires coordinated efforts at both national and international levels. And for over 25 years, the OECD has played a leading role in shaping global standards and mobilizing action. The OECD Anti-Bribery Convention, which was adopted in 1997 and went into effect in 1999, was the first international instrument to specifically address transnational corruption by targeting the supply side of bribery, foreign bribery in international business transactions. And the convention laid a foundation for a global effort to combat bribery by requiring governments to criminalize the act of offering, promising, or giving bribes to foreign public officials. It also compels companies to embrace business integrity as a long-term development strategy. The convention is complemented by the 2021 anti-bribery recommendation, which explicitly includes specific measures on business integrity. It calls on governments to foster and engage in anti-bribery collective action initiatives, bringing together the private sector, public institutions, and civil society. It also provides concrete guidance for companies, including state-owned enterprises and SMEs, on how they can effectively prevent and address corruption through a set of internal controls, ethics, and compliance mechanisms, and by implementing proper accounting and auditing standards. As part of its effort to promote these anti-bribery standards with partner countries, the OECD supports business integrity mostly through regional engagement. The Anti-Corruption Division serves as the secretariat to several regional initiatives, the most notable and the longest standing of which is the Anti-Corruption Network for Eastern Europe and Central Asia, which we call ACN. And since 2016, the ACN has advanced business integrity in the region through monitoring, analytical work, peer learning, and tailored technical assistance. The OECD has also introduced business integrity networks in Asia and the Pacific, as well as in the MENA region. The networks provide multi-stakeholder platforms for governments and private sector representatives to promote the OECD standards on anti-corruption compliance and business integrity. And we are committed to strengthening these efforts and to expanding their reach. As we broaden our business integrity work in regions such as Africa, Asia, and Latin America, we will continue to count on partnerships such as that with the Alliance for Integrity. The OECD has previously joined forces with the Alliance for Integrity to organize business integrity events in the Latin America region, and I hope that we can expand that. We hope to continue aligning our expertise, our resources, and our networks to make sure that we together create the most effective solutions. To conclude, I would like to thank the Alliance for Integrity for enriching our OECD Integrity Week with this global conference. My gratitude goes to all of you, all of the participants who contributed your insights, experiences, and ideas today, as well as to all of the organizers of this event. And your commitment together to business integrity reinforces the essential role of collective action in tackling corruption. So now's the weekend. Thank you so much for your attention, and I wish you all well.
Thank you very much. Last time, I promise. Thank you very much for joining us today. It was really great to be with you. Don't forget us. Don't forget to keep posting your ideas with the hashtag Alliance for Integrity, GC 2025. Don't forget to leave your commitment before you go. So please look at menti.com again and look to our stand again. And don't forget that we want to take a photo with you. So please follow one of our colleagues. They will guide you and that we can take a group picture together. And finally, to say, we will see you again in Argentina for our regional conference. So looking forward to that as well. Thank you very much. Have a good evening, afternoon, night.